first up, we have David King.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I'm here at 9 a.m. in the morning to talk about webcams, so I'm glad to see a few people are interested. Oh, is the clicker working? Is it playing ball? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background about me. I'm going to talk about the APIs that we have available for video devices in general and webcams specifically in Linux and what we're using now. I'm going to talk about some of the hardware, just because not everything is a webcam like you have on a laptop. There are some other varieties of devices we can talk about as well. I'm going to talk about some of the software that we actually already use to capture video, and some of the software that's kind of up and coming that we should be using in the future. And then I'm just going to give you a summary of kind of the state of things as they are at the moment. So a little bit about me. I'm a software engineer at Red Hat, and I've been there for, nearly 9 years now, so fair time. I used to work at Canonical before that, and then I was in a little consultancy in Berlin called OpenIsmus, working for Nokia. I actually attended my first GUADEC in 2009 when it was a desktop summit with KDE, which was quite fun. And I've tried to do everyone since. I do a lot of sort of packaging work and bug fixing for RHEL and things, so I don't do as much upstream GNOME development as I used to, but I still maintain a few things, some better than others. Cheese is one of the things that's on my list, which is the kind of webcam photo booth application, and that's kind of the reason that I'm giving this talk and have a little bit of sort of idea about webcams, and definitely a cat person if I can ever get any work done, thanks to my cat Jasper. Also, as you may be able to tell from the shirt, a beekeeper. So I'm going to talk about how cameras are supported in Linux specifically. I'm not too interested in other platforms just because that's not where my expertise is. I'm also going to talk about how those work, not just at the kernel level, but a little bit in user space as well. I'm going to talk about some interesting examples of hardware and how we currently use them and how we should use them in the future. Things I'm not going to talk about are how to write a kernel driver. That's not my field of expertise, but I will tell you where you can get that information if you want to do so. I'm not really going to talk about API usage of the APIs I'm talking about in great detail, because I don't think there's much point in this presentation. I can't really cover those in any meaningful way, so I'll just give you pointers on where you can go if you want more information. I'm also not really going to talk about cameras in phones, because that's, again, something that's not really what we're interested in here. We are interested in sort of tablets and devices where you have multiple cameras, and obviously phones are very much like that, but generally cameras in phones, the way the development for those works is very sort of device specific. We're trying to be a bit more generic because we have to deal with generic hardware. Okay, so in terms of kernel API support, there is an old API called V4L1 or Video for Linux 1. I think the one was just added later when V4L2 came along. It came about because initially in the 90s you used to have these sort of TV capture cards where you would use a PCI card or an ISA card, maybe, I guess a PCI card, and you would, like a How Power one I think was the most popular at the time, and I think they like genericized the driver, and that got added to the kernel so that you could capture live video coming from, say, a TV or some other video production equipment, and you could actually record that or do something else with that. That API was actually removed from Linux 2.6.38 in 2011, so quite a long time ago, actually. And to be honest, before most webcams were sort of available. And that's because it was actually already at that point replaced by Video for Linux 2. So that was added in the 2.5 series. It's a lot more sort of complex and a richer API, because it turns out that TV cards aren't necessarily a good abstraction for all of the video devices you might have nowadays. And even in the 2008 when it was added, there was still a lot more complex devices available than the V4L1 API could actually handle. Most V4L1 drivers are actually converted to V4L2, Some were not, but to be honest, those were very old bits of hardware that most people probably don't have anymore. You know, things like the original QuickCam, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and things from like mid-90s. If people still have that hardware that works, sorry, V4L 1 probably dropped the ball on that. But also, mostly those device drivers are actually unmaintained, which is most of the reason they got removed. So not really a bad thing. I actually had some hardware at the time that was sort of in the process of being supported, but that was, you know, when I was at university in 2003, so it wasn't really a big issue for me. Nowadays, most webcams, nearly all webcams that you will see, even those, you know, that are integrally part of a laptop or a tablet, will be USB video class, so UVC webcams, which in some ways is great. You have effectively one driver for everything. If you want to learn more about the internal kernel API on, you know, maybe how to write a driver for those sort of devices, Linux Weekly News has a really, really excellent series that John Corbett wrote, and I think that's still very relevant today. He wrote it around the sort of 2008, 2009, 2010 time frame, but I don't think the internal API has changed a great deal since then. So there's a link to that later on if you need it, or I think you can probably click. There's a link in this presentation if you want to look at that. Libsane, the scanner API, bizarrely, actually has a V4L capture driver, which is completely absurd. But if you are using some scanning software and you wonder why your webcam comes up, that's why. It's pretty odd, but I guess kind of a cool hack that you can actually use the V4L API in that way to capture something that you would otherwise think of as being a scanner. On top of that, in terms of the user space support, you have something called libv4l. That's kind of historical nowadays. It's not really used so much anymore, but it was very useful early on because for drivers that were using V4L1, when V4L2 came along, suddenly you couldn't use those drivers. They had to get ported, and maybe if the maintainer wasn't super active, you were just stuck if you couldn't do that. So it was kind of like a shim layer where you could actually have some level of compatibility between the two APIs. The other really useful thing that it could do is it could convert between pixel formats, and that is still useful today. At least, you know, the bit of the API that did that. When I say pixel formats, what I mean is that a webcam will not generally be capturing in the same format that your display will be displaying in. So it'll be like in YUV2, some raw video format, possibly even JPEG or something like that, and maybe even H.264 for more modern devices. And libv4l would handle a lot of the sort of older raw video formats and pixel formats and help with the conversions of those. You could also do some sort of generic handling of gamma and white balance and things like that, but that is sort of nowadays more handled by other things like libcamera, I suppose. GStreamer is probably an API that a lot of GNOME developers are familiar with. It has elements to support pretty much every sort of device you can imagine and do every kind of transformation of video and audio and static images and things. Incredibly useful, quite complex as well. It actually used to use libv4l, which I just talked about, to handle some compatibility between V4L1 and V4L2 devices. Not so much anymore. In fact, the support was removed because it turns out that some of the compatibility and emulation wasn't that useful, and nowadays V4L1 actually doesn't even exist in the kernel anymore, so not too much of an issue. In terms of for webcams, the thing that's most useful is probably the camera bin element. That is used in Cheese, among other applications. It was used on a Nokia phone that I helped with the N900 for the webcam application on there. It's useful because it provides sort of multiple pipelines for doing different things with a webcam. So you don't just want what you're seeing on the screen, you want to record a video, and you possibly want to take a photo out of that. So you've got a few different use cases that you're actually doing with that single video stream. Camera bin kind of hides most of that internally and provides you with a slightly nicer API. You can also use other elements. You could use, say, a pipewire source element, or you could use even a libcamera element. And I'll be talking a little bit about a libcamera later. It really doesn't matter where you get your video from. You can actually plug nearly all of that into camera bin or any of the other GStreamer elements and get that onto your screen. obviously it works pretty well with GTK because you're using the same object system, or rather a similar object system. You're using glib, and you can easily integrate into the main loop, that sort of thing. In terms of some more detail of Camera Bin 2, as I mentioned, you've got some multiple internal pipelines to handle what you call the viewfinder, which is just the video stream that you can see on your screen. And then you also have the video capture stream, and you have the photo capture stream. Those are handled differently because you might want to apply different effects to them. You also might want to run them at different resolutions. You'll often want to capture photos at pretty much the highest resolution. But video, say for video conferencing, you're actually not too worried about that. A lot of that is actually generally done at a lower resolution just to save on bandwidth. So those are often handled differently. It doesn't actually do anything with device discovery. It's really just an element that sits in between discovering and enumerating your devices and then outputting those elsewhere. In terms of device discovery, you have to handle that in some other way. GStreamer has a nice API for this called GST Device Monitor. You could also use UDEV, or you probably would have used UDEV back in the day. You can obviously iterate over those video device nodes yourself if you're crazy. But GST Device Monitor is probably the more modern and appropriate way to do that. You pass Camera Bin signals to get it to do things. So you would say capture a photo, or start video capture, or stop video capture, which is a slightly unusual API, I suppose. Just takes a little bit of getting used to if you're not used to GStreamer. It's also really useful in terms of if you want to apply effects or something. Maybe you want to flip the video because it's forward facing or rear facing. You don't want to flip the video. Quite easy to do that because you're using GStreamer, which is very good at pipelines. You've probably heard people mention libcamera and maybe wonder, well, should we just be using libcamera for everything instead? It kind of sounds like it with a name like libcamera. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. The intent of libcamera is really, well, the way I see it, it's kind of you have this device that has cameras in. You want to provide a nice API to those cameras. That's what you would use libcamera for. So say you had a phone or a tablet and you wanted those cameras to look very much like a forward-facing camera, a rear-facing camera, and hide all of the complexities of the underlying hardware, you'd use libcamera. Is that useful for application developers on a desktop? Maybe, but I wouldn't say all rush out to use it. It's not really, doesn't provide sort of the stability guarantees that we're used to in desktop APIs, so it doesn't really have any, there are no releases, there are no even Git tags. It definitely feels like the sort of thing where someone worked on it for a particular device, gets to a point in time, freezes that snapshot, that goes on the device, and then you kind of forget about it and move on. That's not to say it's bad, it's just, it's very much designed for that sort of market space rather than maybe desktop use. It's very useful on the desktop if you do want to abstract some of that complexity away. The v4l2 API is actually very complicated, and even a simple webcam on a laptop could easily have 3, possibly 4 different device nodes. You'll have a capture device node for the visible device. You'll then have a metadata device node. You'll probably have another capture node for an IR camera if you have a more modern webcam. And maybe even a metadata node for that, and you can even have more microphones. These devices actually present themselves in quite a complex way to user space. Being able to hide that with something like libcamera is actually quite attractive. It's not quite clear on the desktop where this is going to sit, but I'll talk a little bit about that later. The other thing is it's explicitly for sole device access. So libcamera isn't the API that you would go to if you wanted to, say, share out device access to other applications. So if you wanted to, if you wanted to do that in some way, you'd probably be looking at using either Pipewire on top, or maybe portals, or some other layer to actually share out that device access, which does kind of, make it more clear that this is really just an abstraction layer that sits above the kernel and the v4l that maybe those other sharing layers are going to want to actually interface with. I actually, a few years ago now, presented at GUADEC on GNOME Camera Service, which is something that came out of Cheese. Cheese has a little avatar chooser widget inside, which was used in a few places like the control center and in GNOME Contacts to provide, the ability to take a photo for your avatar. And early on in the sort of flat pack design stages, we realized that we were going to have some kind of way of not having direct device access to, say, webcams. And this was a way to have a debug service that would do all the device access, and it would actually pop up a window or dialog for you, and it would show you that sort of capture interaction. You would click go, it would give you that image back over dbus, and then the application itself would never have to access the hardware. Obviously, this didn't particularly go anywhere. It was an interesting prototype. We now have portals for many, many things, including the camera portal. And I'll talk a little bit more about those later. But it was kind of an interesting sort of toy at the time that did actually lead to something. So I briefly mentioned Pipewire when I was talking about the camera. It was envisaged as a way to actually sort of both share and kind of mediate device access in terms of you have an application that is sandboxed in some way and you want to access some kind of hardware resource, so some kind of audio or video resource. How do you do that? Basically, the answer is via Pipewire. It has like a permission store, it has a session manager, it has quite a lot of complexity around managing these devices and the access to them. And you can actually do quite advanced pipelines with it in terms of, like the GNOME Shell screencast support uses it. It's really useful for, say, video conferencing and sharing. If you think about video streaming, where you want to have multiple different video pipelines, possibly all in one and switching between them, really useful for that sort of thing. For the sort of simple, if you like, webcam application, it's probably most useful when you think about how we get access to cameras using the camera portal. I'll talk about that in a second. It's basically completely replaced Pulse Audio by now in terms of audio device access. Video device access, not so much, but that's just really because no one's come along and actually used Pipewire sort of intensively on the desktop for doing video, notwithstanding the screencasting support that I mentioned earlier. It is used by most video conferencing software by now directly, which is pretty cool. It's obviously very easy to use from GStreamer. There's a Pipewire source element as well as various other elements you can use to interface with Pipewire. So that's very good. And obviously Vim, who came up with it, has lots and lots of experience in this area. So should see even more good things in the future. As I said, compared to libcamera, it's explicitly designed for sharing of devices and mediation of that. So you can imagine that maybe you would build a Pipewire video camera access API on top of libcamera, and libcamera would maybe hide some of the details internally. In terms of the camera portal API, it's very, very simple, which is both kind of useful and a drawback as well. You request access and you get either a yes or no back, and once you have that request token back, you can then get a Pipewire FD, and then you can go on and do what you want with that. The problem is it doesn't really give you much beyond that. So for some simple applications where you've got a laptop with one camera, completely fine. If you want to do something more complex, we're probably going to need some other kind of API. That's okay, and that's not really unexpected because no one's, not many people are really using this API at the moment. So it's natural that it's not really sort of developed fully, but we'll probably see some more development of it in the future. You can use libportal to sort of help you out a little bit with using it, but as far as I'm aware, there's no other kind of high-level API for accessing cameras using the camera portal. Okay, I'm going to briefly go over some interesting examples of webcam hardware now that I've talked about some of the APIs we can use. The first webcams came about in the mid-90s. I don't know whether you ever remember adverts for quick cams. They were in like newspapers and magazines and everything because they were a crazy and revolutionary idea at the time. They weren't even called webcams. They were used for video conferencing, but initial models were grayscale. They worked over serial or parallel connections. USB support didn't come along until later. It was 320 frames, 320 by 240 pixels at 3 frames a second, I think, early on. So very, very low quality, but nevertheless revolutionary. And I think the QuickCam name is still actually in use today. Once USB webcams came along, things got a lot more complex in terms of there were a lot more chipsets that were being used in these webcams. But also things started to simplify a little bit. As I mentioned with V4L1, you had lots of different cameras and lots of different chipsets, but once you got V4L2, you had this concept of the USB video class, and that was always only a V4L2 driver. That really simplified everything. Nearly every laptop or any other device will have UVC cameras only, always connected via USB. Initially, obviously, the devices supported only raw video output. As the resolutions went up and the video, the USB transfer speed didn't really go up for a while, and to keep things cheap, you actually got hardware compression of video frames, so you would have them using JPEG, and nowadays we can have H.264 directly coming out of a USB device, which is obviously a little bit annoying to deal with on free software platforms, but well, we'll have to get there eventually. You often get microphones included as part of the device. And yeah, you even on more modern devices have infrared cameras. These are often really useful for face detection, which is a little topic that I'll talk about in a second. You also have things like action cameras. These are really useful if you're particularly space constrained. Sometimes they're useful if you're in like a sort of streaming environment and you just want a second camera or something. Generally, these won't present as V4L devices, so they won't actually be like a UVC device. That's a bit of a shame, but it's kind of, I guess it's kind of a commercial feature. They're more to be used standalone on their own. They have their own little operating system built in to do all of their work, and they are generally used for recording. Nowadays, you can actually use them for streaming live video and audio, and generally the way that works is the device will broadcast a wireless access point. You can connect to that. You're supposed to use like the official app, but some people have reverse engineered this for GoPros at least. You hit a web endpoint, that will then trigger a stream, and you'll get the address for that stream back. You can then do whatever you want with that. So on Linux, you could make that into a virtual video for a Linux device if you wanted. You could pull it into Pipewire if you wanted, because you can use GStreamer to do something there. So you can actually use these devices as video cameras if you want to, but it's a little bit more involved and I wouldn't really recommend it. But they're very cool if you want to go somewhere and have really good image stabilization. I use one on a motorcycle. I have one on my helmet about here, and it's great if you're going traveling and you want to video your trip, or you're just on holiday doing something sort of active. In terms of more high quality devices and sort of premium devices, you can also use like high-end camcorders and digital SLRs for these sort of things. Generally, again, they won't present as UVC devices, so you won't be able to use them generically as a webcam. But they often can show up in things like Pipewire, because if they're supporting Firewire capture, that actually is supported. You can also use HDMI capture cards a lot of the time with these. These are generally used by people who are doing a more sort of professional recording that's going to be edited later on. They're not necessarily designed for streaming or sort of live usage, but you can if you want to. It is definitely possible. They're generally, bigger sensors, a lot more expensive. You'll often have an interchangeable lens mount, so you can swap out lenses for particular tasks. The premium end of things. You'll often also have a lot of advanced on-camera controls to handle things like exposure, possibly white balance, to, maybe HDR video, something along those lines. You can sometimes control those off-board as well, especially with Firewire. There's like often a control stream that you can use, but that's kind of out of the scope of what we're dealing with here. So, in terms of where we are at the moment with how webcams are supported in Linux, it's good in that nearly everything uses UVC. So nearly all hardware webcams that you would see on Linux are going to be using this one kernel driver. That is great in terms of being able to write applications and make things a lot simpler. Sadly, part of that being very generic means that you often then have complexities in terms of multiple video devices, you know, coming from one physical device, you know, like an IR camera and a visible light camera. That's slightly unavoidable. Having said that, you might think, well, in that case, I should clearly use this API directly, as it's been there a long time, it's well supported, I should just go and use that. Probably not. And the reason that I say that is because direct device access is not something that's very well supported in modern desktop. You know, having to use these IOP tools to change the formats, and with the H.264 support that's in these cameras, you have to set the format before you even like probe the device and various other things. Things like GStreamer and Pipewire will handle a lot of that complexity for you. If you go and look at like the V4L2 source documentation, you will see that it will handle initializing these H.264 capture cameras. It will do all of that for you. It will handle switching video and audio and photo resolutions. It will just be a lot easier for you if you use a higher level API. Not only that, but if you're using a higher level API, it's kind of natural that that is more easy to actually hide behind a portal access API. You know, the less direct you're going with these things, the more easy it's going to be to adapt to the modern desktop. So, in terms of some software that we actually already have, Cheese I've mentioned previously. It's a digital photo booth, so it's pretty straightforward. You can use it to take photos and videos. You can apply effects to things. If I'm very honest, nearly all the people that actually use it just to test their webcam and then never use it again. That's totally fine, but it does mean that you get a lot of interesting bug reports when it doesn't work. And we hit a lot of problems sometimes when some of the underlying APIs change. Like when GStreamer dropped its V4L format conversion support, we got a lot of issues there. But it's good. It means that we kind of like are exposed to a lot of the bugs in, say, Camera Bin or in you know, any GStreamer element that happens to be used in it. So I wouldn't say we're at the forefront of API development, but our use case in Cheese is a little bit more complex than the average application with the video and photo capture, as well as the effects. So we do see a few more interesting bug reports than usual. Avatar selection, it's something that was used in the control center and contacts. It isn't at the moment because it's currently Cheese is GTK3 and also uses Clutter and also you know, some other outdated things like that. As part of the port to GTK4, which kind of inspired this talk and the looking into the APIs that were available, it was kind of a question as to whether we were going to carry forward this API and get people to use it in the future. Cheese never actually used this API. It was an API that used a Cheese sort of camera element, but Cheese never used it itself. And I think because of that, it's kind of not something that I particularly cared about that much. So when it stopped working, I guess really the only advice I could give to API users was, well, you probably have to do something yourself. I think it would be really useful to have an API for this sort of thing, popping up a dialog and being able to take a photo with it. Having to handle some of the complexity around GStreamer, it would be nice to hide some of that. So I think we probably should have this API in the future. Maybe it shouldn't live inside Cheese, though. I don't think Cheese is really helping the API, and I don't think any of the sort of avatar selection is necessarily useful in Cheese. So maybe it should live elsewhere. Obviously, video conferencing by now, after 2 years of not being able to meet people, people are very familiar with. So I won't go into too much detail, other than to say that a lot of the software side because these applications will often be multi-platform, they'll already have their own abstractions around cameras and device support. So these video conferencing apps probably aren't going to be using our APIs a great deal, other than maybe the camera portal to just do that initial requesting of device access. Obviously, a browser handles things a little bit differently if you're using WebRTC, but I think in terms of Epiphany and Firefox and even Chromium to a certain extent, they're already using the camera portal, or in the process of using the camera portal. So that work's sort of done in a way. Streaming is also quite an interesting topic, and something that Pipewire is especially useful for in terms of moving video from different places. There have obviously already been some talks on this at GUADEC, so I'm not going to stray into the topic too much, other than to say that webcams really are just, again, one of the video sources in the sort of streaming landscape. So whether it's going to be a webcam that you use on a laptop, or some action camera, or some other professional camera, that is kind of interesting and useful, but those applications are probably already using Pipewire to do something anyway. I know that OBS uses it, and to a certain degree, again, they've kind of solved their problems with it. They already do their own device enumeration selection. Those APIs might be useful for them, but to a certain extent, they're kind of already working. Face recognition is actually kind of interesting. So Windows has had this concept for a while, where you can actually, initially it came about because Microsoft worked on the Kinect, which used initially purely visible light. They actually realized that wasn't a great idea, and then they supplemented that with IR emitters on the camera and an IR sensor. And it turns out that that's a much better way of doing things, and you can actually have quite accurate face detection, to the extent where Windows Hello is a component of Windows which will actually be able to log you in by detecting whether you are the person who has access to that device. Really quite good on Windows, and they actually even have a certification for this. So if you see a camera that is Windows Hello compliant, you can be pretty sure it's going to give you good results. On Linux, we have a sort of really good prototype called Howdy. I say prototype because if you've looked at the code a little bit and you've looked into some of the things it does, it's a little bit hairy in terms of calling out to other processes and things, especially for something that's really a system security module. But I know that Ray Strode, the GDM maintainer, is looking into improving this and working on having this possibility on Linux as well. So basically kind of watch this space for what he's doing. So having said all of that, and talked about all the APIs that are available and the software that uses things and maybe how we can use these things in the future, how should you do things nowadays? Well, it's very tempting to say that, okay, the camera portal gives you a Pipewire FD, each streamer has an element, cool, everything works, fantastic, problem solved. Well, if only it was that easy. Sadly, as I've mentioned, the Pipewire FD that you get back, it really gives you access to the first camera, whatever that camera is. For some devices, that's actually kind of okay. The initial, early laptops would only have one device. But now, with Windows Hello being quite prevalent, nearly every laptop will have at least two devices. You have the IR camera and you have the visible light camera. So is the IR camera visible to, or rather, is it useful to any normal person? In terms of like looking at a video stream from it, no, absolutely not. In terms of face detection, and maybe you want to apply some graphical effects and put bunny ears on someone, absolutely, it's a fantastic thing. So maybe some applications want to use that, but in general, not at all. So really, an API should probably hide that access. And there was also a question of if an application can get access to your infrared data, maybe that's building up a facial profile of you, and maybe you don't want to allow that. So maybe that should be quite a sort of security restricted operation. The other thing is, you often on, say, like a convertible laptop or a tablet, you have a front and a rear facing camera, possibly other cameras as well. Maybe you have like on a phone, you would have, say, a telephoto camera, and you'd have like a wide angle camera. how do we handle those? At the moment, they just be presented in a list. Not necessarily useful, so we probably need some kind of API, or at least kind of like a profile database in the middle that says, this is the front camera, this is the rear camera, and then maybe with an orientation sensor or something, we can actually say, we want the front camera, we want the rear camera, and actually switch those. The other thing is that you can actually hot plug devices. So if you can do that, and you have access to a particular camera, and then the plug gets pulled, or for whatever reason it switches, maybe you switch orientation, how do you handle that in the application? Do you even want to handle that in the application? You definitely don't want it to crash, but what do you switch to? What is the next logical camera to switch to? We probably need a profile database in order to figure that out. In terms of selecting multiple cameras in the camera portal, there is a sort of open bug report, an XCG desktop portal about that, which is a little bit stalled, but hopefully we can go on from there. Okay, but I said that webcams were easy, and nowadays, like, everything had made things simpler. You can actually, as of GStreamer 1.20, do something really easy and just output this pipewire FD that you get pretty straightforwardly to GTK4 Paintable Sync, which is one of the new Rust GStreamer plugins. That's pretty cool. And I think for most people, that's probably all they would need. So there's a nice little app to check QR codes called Decoder. That does exactly this. It's written in Rust, and it just works. It uses the camera portal. As long as it selects the right camera, fantastic, you're away. Great stuff. For something like Totem, which previously used Clutter and therefore like a GL sync, Totem would, I believe, like to use the GL sync for GTK4. Currently, that's stalled upstream because someone kind of worked on it and then said, actually, they came up with a different solution, so they went away and sort of dropped the ball on that. I don't think Bastien has time to do that, and I think that no one in sort of GStreamer itself really has time to work on it. So that is a link that you can click on, but if you want information, search in the GStreamer issue tracker, and if you want to work on that, that would be great. You'll get different performance with GL, maybe better performance. It's probably really good for things like video, so could be quite useful for cheese. But I think the Paintable Sync, even though slightly lower performance, we'll be happy with for the moment. You can use Camera Bin if you want to do something very much like cheese, but if you just want to do photo capture or something like that, coming up with your own GStreamer pipeline is probably all you need to do. So in some ways, yes, it is pretty simple, and the sort of portal side of things has made things a lot easier. So in summary, how should you really be using webcams? If we're going to add avatar selection support to applications like we used to have, we should probably resurrect that cheese API, but probably outside of cheese. I think that would be useful. I know there was some design discussion about whether it was useful at all. I think there is still a use case for that, because really otherwise, mostly what else are you using that webcam for? Video conferencing is its own separate thing, but I think the avatar selection still has a use nowadays. It shouldn't be a complex API, and we can hopefully just keep it outside of cheese and keep it as something that's easy to bring with us in the future. So for something more specialized, you're going to have to keep doing that in your application. Having said that, having Pipewire there and having the camera portal there to actually mediate some of that device access is useful. The thing that's missing really is having a sort of device enumeration API. And we also probably need to think about, is it useful as an application to say, I want access to a camera? Then on the portal side, is it useful to say, have a list of cameras and only give access to one camera? And then we need to think about what happens if you're hot plugging, or what happens if you then revoke that access. What does that mean to the application? So we need some kind of interaction design on the portal side about how that interaction is supposed to look, and whether that device selection at that particular layer in the stack is useful. If we want to do face detection, I think really that's going to be handled by a system service, and it's going to not use portals. It's just going to use its direct device access. It's going to do all the things it needs to do, and it's kind of out of scope for what we would be using as APIs on the desktop. There are some links available as well, but it's probably easier if you want to look at these to go and download the PDF of the presentation, because these are all clickable in the PDF. So nothing particularly interesting there. What am I actually going to do with cheese for this? In writing this presentation, I did sort of come up with that eventually, which was, I'm going to take that avatar chooser, I'm going to split it out. For the moment, because of the device selection issues, I'm going to use that Pipewire FD. I'm going to use the Pipewire FD directly and do my own device enumeration, and then hopefully use that as a way to develop that portal API and submit that upstream and get some discussion going there. And maybe we eventually decide that's not the right place to put it. So that's everything I've got to say. I'd be very happy to hear your questions. Okay.
Because we're pretty short on time.
Sure.
So do you think such a widget is something that would be interesting to implement directly using the Pipewire API? Oh, they said you kind of answered it, but I don't know if you want to go a little further.
I guess, I mean, the widget, probably no. I think the widget has to be in whatever sort of toolkit you're using. I guess for me, the question would be, specifically which layer. You could imagine that you have even a portal API that uses, that provides this functionality that gives you a dialog and that returns, say, an image to you, say, camera request avatar, and that's what you get. That would seem reasonable to me, but maybe that's not useful enough to put into the portal API. I hope that answers it.
Do we have any other questions in person? Great. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
So we have a quick break, and then back in this room is State of the Shell, which will be remote, and in room 2 is how to write crosswords.
be around today, even though Jonas helped us make all the presentations and preparations for this. Jonas is recovering from the plague, also called COVID, I think. That said, let's begin with Mutter. Yeah, this presentation is we're going to be talking about Mutter in Numshell. Let's start with Mutter. And this is probably not news, but not news. NVIDIA is taking very slowly, but it's taking steps towards using the appropriate graphics APIs to manage the graphics stack on Linux, and Mutter supports that now. Of course, not all cards, not all models support this. So if you have an NVIDIA card, you're probably going to have to check if your card supports GBM. If it does, Mutter is going to use that. Next on our list, we have DMA buff screen sharing improvements. A few years ago, we started this massive work to make screen sharing faster on Linux, on Wayland specifically, and that involved making it operate in terms of DMA buffers. So instead of copying images into memory and sending these copied images to applications, we just grab the GPU buffer ID, which is basically the DMA buff. We send this ID to applications, and then applications can use that to render without having to copy all of those pixels over and over. That was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago that started landing in Mutter. This time we have a bunch of improvements on the pipe wire side of things. So the DMA buff screen sharing now sends more information, like the frame timing, so that client applications can, for example, do better audio and video sync. We have more metadata and this, some fancy stuff around Pipewire, having more information to operate on, corrupted buffers and whatnot. And all of this work is thanks to Columbarius. Merlin. We have support now for, I think that landed in GNOME 42. We support now privacy screen, which is, to the best of my understanding, some monitors now have integrated privacy options so that I think people cannot see your screen contents depending on the angle they are, and you can control that. There's some kernel API that landed, and now Mutter and GNOME Shell and GNOME Control Center, they all support this. You can read more details in the merge request. There's a bunch of emails. This work was done by Marco Trevisan and I think Hans de God. Next up on our list, we have KMS testing on CI. So we spawn Mutter using the native backend, so we don't, this is an alternative to the current way CI works, in that we spawn up XVFB, X virtual frame buffer on CI, and then run the tests on there. This is an alternative to that, so we run on Wayland through VKMS, and we can run Wayland tests on Wayland and headless and whatnot. So pretty fancy stuff, also done by Jonas Adl. And the last point that I'm going to touch here is the Optino X11 work that is being under review, and it's probably going to land soon. That makes Mutter, like it removes X11 from being a core dependency of Mutter, and you can build it without it. You can build Mutter without X11, so a pure Wayland compositor build of Mutter is going to be possible. All of this work is thanks to Bilal, and yeah, it's moving along pretty fast. And now to Carlos with events. Or maybe not.
Yeah, so we have also we've merged this work about unthrottled event delivery, where you have different input devices with different input rates, but Matter would traditionally kind of block those at the display refresh rate. It didn't deem necessary to handle more events than once per display refresh. But yeah, well, of course, we have much higher input devices now, and this is not ideal. So now we have something that makes clients actually able to get the full stream of events as soon as possible, while GNOME Shell is still able to update itself at the refresh rate without being aware of 1,000 events per second. Next slide, please. There is also support for high-resolution scroll wheels. There's now a fair amount of mice that have this precise scrolling. The terms change depending on the brand, but well, the gist of it is that the scroll wheel has a finer detail than it used to have. So instead of a wheel click, which would move a precise amount of pixels, you would have this wheel click divided in a number of steps that we are able now to read, and we can do this finer scrolling instead of moving at once with the wheel click. So thanks, Jose, for this work. It's been great to have this much. And next slide, please. Yeah, and we've also been doing some work on the internal event delivery system in Matter. We used to have a number of ways that you could redirect input into places and out of places. And it used to be a mess because, well, they didn't talk very well about to each other. So there used to be quite some rough edges in those regards when you started one kind of graph and left the others out in the blue. So this work has been meant to be a unification of the input redirection mechanisms. And it actually provides a way to let other pieces of the UI know about these input redirection, so they can give up whatever they were doing properly, and instead of being left in the blue. This is still work in progress. There's been, well, all of GNOME Shell UI has been ported to it, but there's still quite a little work left in Matter, especially in terms of window management graphs, which will require quite a detour, reimagining window frames, server-side decorations, and that stuff. So well, everything goes together through the same code paths, and it can be integrated easier with Clutter Graph. And then there's also Wayland graphs, which we provide in the interfaces. But these are mostly meant for clients, but it would be nice to also integrate this into the Matter machinery. So in the following releases, I presume that this should be finished. Next slide. Oh, and this is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Robert. I've been working on Matter for a couple of years now in my free time, and also on Firefox. Somebody asked me from there, and yeah, I work at Collabora now since a couple of months. But in Matter, my personal focus is a lot on things that reduce energy consumption. And for a short introduction, what direct scan out is, like Mother is a compositor, as most of you know, or one part of its job is being a compositor, which means your app gives us a buffer for its output, and we draw it on another. Usually we draw it into another frame buffer. We call it on screen, which is then put on a KMS plane. And in a lot of cases, like the best compositor would try to do as little work as possible. And with modern Wayland APIs, we are able to do that much more often than we used to, like as a X11 compositor. I'll shorten it. That's what we call scan out, direct scan out, when we take, for example, the buffer from your app and directly put it on a so-called hardware plane, or we directly send it to the output hardware and skip any redrawing. And in the last year, we made some pretty big steps in that direction. You might have heard we first got some kind of unredirect, like X11 unredirect-ish functionality in GNOME 40, but that was still very. It just happened to work. Sometimes it worked, but it wasn't really. There wasn't really a good concept behind it. And so what is new now in GNOME 42 is that, if you remember last year's talk, we now switched to Atomic KMS, which allows us to, if we want to put your buffer directly on the display hardware, or send it directly to the display hardware, that allows us to test whether this will actually work, the test-only flag, and that is now used and allows us to use direct scan out much more often on way more hardware, especially. Generally, previously it didn't work for Wayland apps, and now it works. So usually, or there's a lot of cases now where we actually don't need to redraw anymore if your app is in full screen. And another very related thing in that regard was that the Wayland protocol in question, the Linux Team ABAF protocol, got a new release, which allows it to give feedback about formats and modifiers supported by the hardware. So now there's a way for the compositor to tell you, hey, I just figured out if you would use either a different format or a different modifier, I could use direct scan out and make you faster. That's a pretty cool thing, because quite often by default apps choose, or drivers choose, formats and modifiers which don't directly are optimal for direct scan out. If your app or toolkit or engine uses the EGL Wayland platform, you will get that kind of for free now, at least for the modifier part. So, for example, GTK4 apps or Firefox or so, in full screen now automatically switch modifiers via EGL to have direct scan out. if you are a programmer, or if you work on a toolkit or engine or whatever, which uses GBM directly or Vulkan, as far as I know. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think Vulkan doesn't. The Vulkan base implementation does not do this for you. Please check that out. That you support that this protocol and make use of it, because it helps us a lot making your app faster. Next slide, please. So this was what we had new, which is already new in 43. Now coming to things that are already, or I at least hope to get into 43. But I'm pretty positive about that. That's buffer pre-rotation, buffer pre-rotation. Some of you know that maybe from Android. The idea is that a lot of display hardware is not really good in rotating things, especially like 90 degrees rotation, stuff like that. And to allow direct scan out more often, your app can just do it for us already, because I mean, if you're a GL app or a Vulkan app or so, for you it's just a simple matrix multiplication and some simple math, and that allows us to then again directly put things on the screen, saving a lot of energy. So we now will have support for that to, first of all, give you a hint which rotation you should use. And then we also support actually using, making that work for direct scan out. And yeah, please do that. If you are to all the toolkit developers out there and engine developers, please do that. It will help a lot on many mobile devices and fancy rotated screens, etc. And if you're looking for an example, Western Simple EGL implements it, and it's pretty simple, but it has a lot of impact performance-wise, or can have a lot of impact. Okay, next slide, please. So for the future, things that, well, this screen is, okay. The plan for 44 or later to have is to extend on that and allow, for example, direct, right now we only allow direct scan out with full screen clients. There's actually no technical reason to limit to that. We can do much better on a lot of hardware, and there's already work in progress. There's already work in progress on allowing this on non-full screen clients, especially maximized ones. And if you imagine, like, a lot of users are using maximized clients most of the time. So once we get there, we will, a lot of the time, we will be pretty near the optimal situation concerning drawing things and not drawing too much. And yeah, we'll be way more power efficient, which is cool, and use the hardware as it's supposed to. Another thing I hope we will get closer to is then YUV support. This is essentially in the same area. It allows us to allow video players, for example, to give us buffers in YUV formats. And if the display hardware again supports it, we can directly ship it there and do the conversation from YUV to RGBR in a fixed function hardware way, which is super power efficient. And having this all in place should allow us to get this crazy long battery times on mobile devices way more often. Yeah. So this is all pretty straightforward in theory regarding getting more efficient. One area where I struggle so far is having reliable power measurements. Sorry. And I mean, there was this great talk on the first day talking about that. I would be super interested in talking to people about having good ways to measure the power usage in the shell, for example, depending on what your app does, and in general now which optimizations we do really help with power management, power usage. Yeah, that's from me. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I think this is yours.
Yep, I'll quickly mention some special mentions here.
I think he did it.
Is everything all right there? I know. Okay, so for special mentions, things that smaller things that landed or things that are being worked on, we have HDR. We're not going to get into HDR too much because there has been talks about it. This GUADEC, I think there was one talk at the beginning of the first day of GUADEC, and there will be a BOF session on the last day or ultimate day, one of those. So make sure to watch these because it involves not only clients, not only like toolkits like GTK or things like that, but also the compositor. Got color management, which is also something that has been touched on by Sebastian in the first talk, I think. There's compositor work involved, and it's happening. Ivan, this person who did the fantastic work on the screenshots UI that Florian is going to be talking about in a few moments. Ivan also did some improved profiling. If you don't know what's that, profiling is essentially like sysproof based mechanism which allows people developing NumShell and Mutter to have accurate frame timings or have a look at the guts of Mutter and NumShell while it works. And this is basically what has allowed us to improve the perceived performance of Mutter for the past 3 years steadily. So all this profiling work is what enabled that, and Ivan made that the profiling capabilities of Mutter more extensive. Jonas has been working on the KMS thread. There is a lot to unpack there, but perhaps this is going to be a full slide or a full set of slides for the next State of the Shell talk. It's happening. We have some work done by Jonas. Let's see how it goes. And finally, something that I think it's likely to land soon, the work by Michelle to avoid implicit synchronization. What does that mean? It means that Mutter is not limited by the slowest rendering of clients. So if you have like 15 applications rendering and one of them is super heavy and it takes a lot of time to render each frame, Mutter is not going to be limited by that anymore, in theory. I have been using this to do this talk, and it's subtle but noticeable. Fantastic for Michelle too. And I think that wraps up what we had for Mutter. Now let's jump straight into NumShell with Florian.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in Num 42, we got an updated screenshots UI. If what we had previously counts as UI. So how it works now, you can just press print screen and you get a nice looking UI where you can switch between the different modes. You can also switch between screenshot and screencasts. The screen freezes the moment you press the key, so you don't have to carefully time the release of a mouse button to catch the exact moment you want to take the screenshot. So this was all done by Ivan Maladiecki. I don't know how you pronounce the name, sorry. But thank you so much, because this was amazing work. And if you remembered all the 6 different screenshots in the video I used previously and know what exactly they mean, then you probably should get out more. Next slide, please. This is how it looks now. Hopefully all of you have seen this by now, so let's just skip forward. So some brief items of stuff that has happened like in the last year. The system menu got support for power profiles at the same time as settings got it. We got some redesign for on-screen displays, like these small pop-ups that indicate that you're changing the volume or workspaces, things like that. We started to embrace liberator with all of the rest of GNOME. So both the extensions app and the extensions preferences now use liberator. And we're now providing API for extensions to access the whole window. So if an extension has that many options that it needs to organize them in separate pages, there's now a way to do this easily. And my apologies to the design team. Other than that, Sam Hewitt did some improvements on the visual style, like make it look more modern, make it look bring it a bit closer to the toolkit styling. And next slide. And with that, we come to like the future, like things that are going to happen, like in the upcoming release. One thing is that we are overhauling the system menu. Instead of having a series of submenus where most of them just contains one actionable item, maybe combined with a settings item, the actions will be available at the top level at a single press, with more options available where necessary in the menu. This is, well, we're still working on it, so this is not anymore exactly how it looks, but it will be like along the lines of what you see in the screenshot. Next slide. There will be improvements to the on-screen keyboard. So there will be better support for more languages. There will be support for like word suggestions. You start typing a word and you can select a suggestion. Like this currently is, so far this was tied to like specific input methods, but it will now be available for all languages, provided that like an appropriate dictionary is installed. And there will also be an extended mode. That means if you use the on-screen keyboard with a terminal-like application, there will be additional keys like a control keys or a tab that allows you to like properly interact with the terminal. Okay, next. This is like the screen, like the on-screen keyboard with the word suggestions, and then there is the extended one that has the additional control keys. And this is the extended one. Yes. Oh, well, this is swapped around. Okay, sorry. Next. Then the last item on the list is app grid navigation. Like the app grid has evolved quite a lot over the years, in particular with the GNOME 4 transition. And there are now like a couple of more improvements in the line. And navigation will become more obvious. It will adapt better to like more uncommon screen sizes like wide screens, where so far the indicators that indicated that there was another page you could actually drag to wasn't visible. It is now guaranteed that those previews will be available, and it is also possible to drag beyond the last page to create a new page, even if the last page isn't like full yet. Thanks. No. Next. So, like with Mata, some special mentions about things that will eventually happen, but are still like at a stage where we can't put a date on it. One is we want to change to like our import system to ES6 modules, which means it means once we will like use not some custom system that was invented in GJS because there was a standard at the time, but like a syntax that is similar to pretty much all JavaScript developers, both on the web and with Node. It would also mean that we will break all the extensions unless they are ported. Just saying. The second is essentially a shout out to Jonas Dressler, who has been working to adapting upstream GNOME Shell to work on mobile phones, like on form factors. I was actually being able to try it out, and it works surprisingly well for being GNOME Shell. So it's probably not something you will see on actually phones anytime soon, but it's definitely exciting work, and I'm interested to see where this is going. So that's it. Thanks.
Questions?
I can use it. So are there any questions?
Thank you.
I see.
Do we have any questions from the audience? The audience, we don't have any. Let's see at the shared notes. Okay, looks like somebody's typing one. When will be ready tribal buffering?
Very good question. Okay. We are laughing because we have discussed so much about whether or not to put this on the slide deck. Yeah, I don't think there's any ETA for that. It's going to be ready when it gets ready. The best answer we can give, I think.
Diplomatic.
The only question we have. I guess that in case that anyone has any questions, they can just write it on the shared notes. If nothing's coming up now. Okay, great. Thank you very much, all of you, for the presentation. Awesome. So on the schedule, we have a break, and then in the first track, it will be improving the value.
Okay, great. So our next presentation will be from Price Tonferro, improving the Vita developer experience. So whenever you're ready, feel free to start.
Thank you. So I'm Princeton Farrow, and this is going to be my talk on improving the Vala developer experience, basically about the improvements to the language and tooling over the past 2 years. So you probably already all know this, but just in case there's anyone here who doesn't, Vala is a programming language for writing apps for the Linux desktop. The way it works is you write Vala code, it gets compiled to C, and then it gets turned into native code. It was originally created as a GNOME project in 2006 and as an alternative to the C family of languages. And some of the major selling points are that its language constructs map to glib and gobject APIs. You can use high-level abstractions at near zero cost, and it has good interoperability with C. So who uses Vala? Well, Elementary OS, for example, uses Vala for literally everything. This is a screenshot of Elementary OS, and everything on here from the window manager to the apps is written in Vala. GNOME also uses Vala for a number of components and apps. Geary, which is the default email client pictured, is a particularly successful example, but they also have a number of other apps that are written in Vala. And to sort of motivate this point about Vala still being used, there's actually been a lot of new software created in Vala in the last 5 years. So this is NoteJot, which is a simple notes taker. It has 304 stars in GitHub, made in the last 2 years. This is Akira, which is a user interface design and vector graphics editor made in the last 2 years with 4.8 thousand stars in GitHub. This is Planner, which is a to-do list app made in the last couple of years with 2,000 stars. And there's a number of other ones. The last one, Monitor, was the history for that is a bit longer, but the majority of the development has happened in the last 5 years or so. And so clearly Vala is still used by a lot of software, and new software continues to be written in Vala. So therefore we should think about how to improve the experience of developing software in Vala, since a lot of people still rely on it. And if we make developers' lives easier, then this will be an important step to improving the ecosystem in Vala. So my point here is to discuss recent improvements to the experience and process of developing software in Vala. And so for the rest of my talk, I'm going to be talking about tooling. I'm going to be talking about changes in the community to make it easier for contributors and new contributors, and future plans at improving the language and improving tools, and some work there. Some of the things there are actual work that's being done, and other things are more like just wish lists on the last point. So when it comes to tooling, the most important, this might be a bit of a personal opinion, but I believe the most important tool that a language can have is a language server. And the reason why is because a language server does so much to make development easier. Code intelligence is something that happens in an online way, not offline, where you're having to invoke a compiler over and over. And so because this happens automatically as you change your code, you can iterate on your design quickly. And so language servers also provide refactoring services, and they can also integrate with a linter, so you can see compiler diagnostics and lint diagnostics in the same place. And so when you look at other languages that are successful, what you see is that a good language server makes the language very attractive to use. And so Rust, for example, has Rust Analyzer, which is a very good language server, and C# has OmniSharp. One of the things sort of making one of the things that we use when we're developing language server is this thing called the language server protocol, and it basically massively simplifies the task of bringing code intelligence to your favorite editor. We can put all of the code intelligence into the server, and then editors have to if they just support the protocol, then we can have very simple plugins, or perhaps no plugins at all, just a few lines of config needed to get code intelligence working in your editor. So when we look at Vala Language Server, the project was created in 2017, but there wasn't really much activity, comparatively speaking, until maybe around 2019. It's been rather slow and steady, but we've also had some sprints, and over time we've gotten to a point where we can now say that we support many features of the language server protocol. It's still rough around the edges though, but like if we take a look at some of the features that we support today, we actually have a lot of stuff that's on par with some of the language servers that are being developed with a lot more resources. So these days, the language server for Vala now has, well, it always had code completion, but it also has signature help, documentation on hover, code formatting now, hierarchy, so we can look at the functions that call other functions, or types that are inherited from other types very easily. Inlay hints, which are like these type hints that you can get for, or also parameter hints you can get inside your code. It makes it easier to sort of tell what your code is doing. Refactoring operations, so code actions, quick fixes, renaming symbols, and code lenses. Right now we just have one that shows like if you have methods that hide other methods or methods that override other methods. And these things are shown in line with the rest of your code in an editor. And thanks to the language server protocol and the language server that we have, we now have a lot of built-in support for Vala in your favorite editor, meaning not just syntax highlighting, but also code intelligence. So Vim, NeoVim, Kate, Emacs, Sublime Text, GNOME Builder, and Visual Studio Code. In Visual Studio Code, we have an official plugin now. It's become quite popular with over 12,000 installs. In GNOME Builder, we used to have a plugin bundled with VLS, but now recently it's been mainlined into GNOME Builder. So that's just there by default now. In Vim, you can choose whether you use Vim 8 or NeoVim. You can use a very popular plugin called Conqueror of Completion, and you just add these lines to your config and voila. Or you can, if you're using NeoVim, you can use the LSP config plugin, and they have built-in Vala support. In Kate, they had built-in Vala support in their LSP plugin, which you can enable. Emacs has LSP mode, which also has a built-in config for the Vala language server. Sublime Text, it's very simple to get this just by adding this few lines of config. So clearly there's it's very easy to start programming with code completion and diagnostics and all that stuff in many different editors now. You're not limited to just one editor or a few. We also are working on, we have this grammar for Vala. So there's this thing called tree sitter, which you also probably all know about, which is a standard way for editors to support languages. The API has built-in syntax highlighting and folding and makes it easy for editors to query the structure of a document. And so we have a grammar that we've made for Vala, and this is currently being used in the NVim tree sitter plugin. Some other tools, one other tool that was made is, so this is sort of inspired by C#, has this tool that allows you to create new templates very easily, and so we have a similar thing. So far, we have about 6 community templates, and basically you run this on the command line, and you get a very short sort of walkthrough to configure your project, and after that you have a brand new Vala project. So now I'm going to talk about some changes made to the community. So the idea is, like, we want to make it easier for people to get involved, and we want to go to the spaces where people are at. And so first a Twitter account was created, I think in 2020, and we use that to post updates on Vala and share important things that people are doing in the community. And we also created a Discord channel. That's just for like general discussion and newcomers. And that's become quite popular. We have over 200 members so far. And we've had a lot of discussions. The other thing is we've been recently consolidating like all these sorts of like tools and plugins and stuff that have been distributed around the ether into sort of one place on GitHub in the Vala Lang group. And we've been doing that because, well, one, we chose GitHub because, so there already was a Vala Lang GitHub group, but now we've sort of been just pushing a lot of this stuff under that one group. And GitHub is nice because, well, it has some problems, but it's nice for the fact that it's popular and that can lower the barrier to entry for new contributors. And also just having all this stuff in one place makes it very easy for people to track the development of the tooling and plugins and stuff to the language. We also have a new website. This is very much work in progress. Colin Kiyama has been working on this. This is just, we want something more streamlined and easier for sort of newcomers to, you know, get involved in Vala. So, but it's also, right now it's quite a work in progress. So yes, now I'm going to talk about future plans. So one of the things that would very much help here is if Vala had a static analyzer. So both GCC and Clang have static analyzers, and what static analyzers are helpful for is checking bugs without running your program. And so, and catching bugs and improving code quality. It just makes it easier to iterate on the design of your code. So work has actually started on a static analyzer for Vala. And this has also been going at a sort of slow pace, but we've been making some progress. And the idea is to eventually have this integrated in the compiler and enabled with a flag. So that's the link if you're interested. And currently some features we have, you know, so Vala already has a non-null mode, but it's very bad. And so with this static analyzer, we're able to actually have a much more robust non-null mode. And we also can detect other things like division by zero errors and reachable code detection, that sort of thing. So like, for example, here's null pointer access detection with the static analyzer. And we have this very canned example here, but after the check for list not being null, we return, and so list is unambiguously null afterwards. And so we get to warning here saying that it's null and it's a null dereference. Here we have division by zero being checked. That's giving us a warning here. We also, because we sort of have a bound on the value of expressions, and we're analyzing the control flow, we can detect things like whether loops will never terminate. So here we have a warning about loop non-termination, and also we get another warning, which is that the code after the loop is therefore unreachable. And so the other thing we've been thinking about, there's been discussion about, and this is more just like preliminary, but there's a couple of bugs or issues rather on this stuff, is how to improve the language itself. So One thing to improve the language would be to have some types, and there's an issue discussing how that could be implemented. Type constraints on like functions and stuff, and then also perhaps monomorphization, which is basically like you know, templates, like like what templates in C++ are, and also discussion about like some safety features. So having an unsafe keyword so that Vala can't so that you're not allowed to use like raw pointers by default, and then also leveraging the work in the static analyzer to use for the non-null mode, and having that enabled by default. The other thing, this is just a wish list item that we've been thinking about, is how to improve debugging. And for example, Rust forked GDB and improved it for Rust, and perhaps we could do the same. And there are some ideas about how to go about improving GDB to work better with Vala. For example, we could hijack the expression parser to support Vala syntax, and demangling function names and taking advantage of the sort of runtime type information that we have with GObject to display more information about objects. And finally, improving the language server even more. So we have obviously like a lot of the protocol implemented, but then we have this question of like, what kinds of fixes do we want to have? What kinds of like features, like quick fixes and code actions do we want to have in the language server? So there's a whole bunch of like special cases. Like for example, one thing might be organizing imports, or another thing might be like adding a default statement to a switch expression. And basically, our sort of North Star might be like what Clippy does. Clippy is very sophisticated, and so in the diagnostics that it can show, and so yeah, basically something more like that in the language server would be quite useful. One of the problems is that like the language server protocol is there's certain limitations of the protocol right now that we have to deal with. For example, like if we want to like for example take a function and outline it or something, then like, you know, we might need to have like a dialog box that the language server can ask for, and that's currently not supported in the protocol. So yeah, just like with inlay hints, for example, we have these ideas that sometimes take a while to be supported in the protocol before we can actually think about implementing them. So yeah, in closing, there's been a lot of improvements to development, to the experience of developing Vala software in the last 2 years. We have a language server now. We have some tools. We have good plugin support, good support in various editors with plugins, and also we are working on improving community spaces and also documentation as well. And if you're interested in these things, you can go to the new website. You can check out the IRC channel, and or go to our Discord channel. That's it. Yeah. Thanks for listening. Right. You can also check out the Matrix channel.
So do we have any question from the audience here? No. Let's see if we have from the shared notes. Yes. We need to go up. So the first question, before going into GDB, have you considered unwinding a stack trace with Vala symbols on exertion, failures, false, like rust, backtrace equals full of rust?
I didn't get the last part of the question.
So the full question is at the shared notes. Before going into
Oh.
GDB, have you considered unwinding a stack trace with Vala symbols on assertions, failures, segmentation, false, like rust, backtrace equals full of rust?
I see, I see. No, that's actually a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. Yes, that might be, I guess we can have that, if we were to go with that strategy, we could have, the compiler could instrument that into Vala programs. And yeah.
Okay. The second question we have here is using GitHub and Discord is kind of decoupling Vala from GNOME community. With GNOME using GitLab and Matrix discourse, have you considered switching back?
So the thing is that I guess the answer is like I don't see it as so there's two issues here. On one level, and maybe I'm speaking a bit this is like my own opinion, but on one level, I think there is a bit of there's somewhat of a positive to having a space for discussing Vol that isn't like strictly like in the GNOME community, because there's people who use Vala who are outside of GNOME, like elementary, and so having that that might be more palatable to those people. The other thing I would say to that is that I think that there's certain kinds of discussions that people have in Discord that they might be less likely to have, or that they don't necessarily have in the other spaces. Discord is a bit more informal. And finally, the other thing I'd say is that when it comes to GitHub, like I said, there's certain problems with it, but because it's a very popular place, there's a potential benefit there in that it's easy for people to newcomers to discover and to work on contributions. Other projects that have switched to GitHub, like LVM and OCaml, have seen improved engagement and new contributors, and so I think there's benefits to having a lot of the project on GitHub. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And we have one other question. Can you describe a bit more what would unsafe bring to Vala?
Right. So unsafe, aside from just making it impossible to use raw pointers unless you use unsafe, and also perhaps other restrictions on dynamic casts. The other thing it would do is it would make it easier for the so I think this sort of came about as I was working on the static analyzer. I realized that it would actually be much easier to sort of there'd be much less to assume if it would be easier when performing static analysis to have something like unsafe, because then without the use of unsafe, we can assume a lot more things about the Vala program. So basically, it just makes the job of static analysis easier, and so then we can have less false positives, I guess, when in the static analyzer.
So you mentioned better support for basically the GObject system in GNU debug, and I think that's generally something that would be useful not just for Vala but also for this for like debugging C code which uses GObject. Yeah, just being able to inspect the types more easily would be really useful there. So is there a way we could like make that available to also C and Rust, for example?
Right. So I know that there's like Python like scripts that are out there that do some of that and look at like the type node info. But I'm thinking about like what if we could just have like it might be so again, that's why I say it's kind of out there, but like what if we could have like GDB doing this, and then yeah, we could leverage that functionality where it would help anything that is glib based, not just Vala programs.
Okay, thank you. I think that these were all the questions that we had for your presentation. Thank you so much for joining us as a speaker this year.
Sure.
Great, so we'll have a break and we'll be back in the first track with the presentation Best Practices for GNOME App Designs.
Right. So for audio, it says Blackmagic Design. Is that what I want?
Which one?
No.
Yeah, that's right.
I think so. Hello, Cassidy. Am I in the right place? I hope I'm in the right place. Okay. So I don't actually no, I don't want to do that. I want to upload some slides. Up here. Manage presentations. I was like, GUADEC 22 replies. Well, this is current. Okay. Cool. Spinning. Right. It's lost the... This is wrong, but never mind. This all looks correct. Nobody look! Spoilers. Okay. Can people on the stream hear this okay? Is the audio coming through? Excellent. In that case, I shall put my phone on mute. Does anyone want a guided tour of Seabase while we're here? Bar is open in Seabase. I don't know what it's like in Mexico. We also have party boats going by outside, so it sounds like there's a rave going on. That's what it is. It's a boat. Yeah. It's always party time in Berlin, right? I don't even know what day it is anymore. I'm very confused right now. Yeah, it could be all triangles, want a funny color. Other than that, the slide templates have been perfect. Yeah. I'm not doing jokes, which is really for the best. Yeah, we're not getting any audio coming through from the Mexico side. I don't know whether we should be or not, but it's silence on this side. Oh, I am muted though. Should I turn my volume up? Would that help?
And do the audio from your laptop.
Yeah, I had it muted, so I'll turn it up, see if that helps. Chaos. Right. Yeah, we can hear you now. Or I can. Thank you very much. So yeah, my name's Alan Day. I'm a member of the GNOME design team. I work for Red Hat as part of our desktop team. I've been around the GNOME project for quite a long time, so if you've worked on GNOME, you should hopefully be familiar with me. And the background for this talk is the work that was done on the GNOME Human Interface Guidelines over the past 12 to 18 months. And hopefully people know what the HIG is, but those are our UI design guidelines, the documentation that tells you how to design applications. And for this talk, I wanted to present a little bit of the work that went into the HIG, but I also wanted to help people to make the most of it and just provide some practical advice around using the HIG and designing applications with it. And you know, the thing about the HIG, of course, is that it doesn't just stand in isolation. So while I'm going to be talking about the human interface guidelines, you know, I can't help but to talk about the platform as well. And the platform has changed a lot in the past, 12 to 18 months. We've had GTK4, we've got libadwaita 1.0, and a lot has changed in the app design and creation space for GNOME. So I feel like this is a good moment to talk about how to make the best of that work and how to leverage the modern GNOME platform in order to create awesome applications. Yeah, the HIG. So the main big change that happened in recent times was back in May last year when we released a major new version of the HIG. All the content was pretty much rewritten. It was all restructured. We had new infrastructure. We got a new website, new graphics. We've migrated to GitLab. We added lots of new material. We added material on widgets that we already had but hadn't documented previously. And we added documentation on a lot of new widgets that had come along with GTK4 and libadwaita. So it was a really major upgrade to the HIG. It was a lot of work. And in my mind, this was like the third major version of the HIG. In 2002, we had the first version, back in the GNOME 2 days when it first came out. And then in 2015, we had another, a major update, which was kind of updating the HIG for the new design patterns that we're using in the early GNOME 3 days. And then this is the third major version. And that version was important for a number of reasons, but one was that it was explicitly targeting GTK4 and libadwaita. It's still relevant to a lot of GTK3 stuff. If you're using GTK3, it is still useful, but the primary target of the design guidelines is now GTK4 with libadwaita. And when libadwaita 1.0 came out last December, we updated the HIG again to reflect the changes that had happened in that library. So with the HIG now, we're trying to track the platform, trying to keep as close to the platform as we can, which is something that we didn't do previously so much, and I think is really important. But there's been a lot of changes to the HIG and a lot of work that's been done. So in the rest of the talk, I'm going to talk about how you can make use of this resource. And in order to do that, I'm going to talk about design systems. And I wasn't originally going to talk about design systems in this talk, but as I was writing it, I realized that this was an important concept for people to know and to be familiar with if they're going to be using the HIG and they're going to be using the GNOME platform. So I'm going to talk a bit about design systems. So I suspect that everyone or most people here will have an idea of what a design system is, and they have probably encountered a design system at some point. I've listed some of them here. But design systems are, where modern day design practice really is. There's a lot of work around design systems, a lot of interest in design systems, and most companies working in the tech space will have a design system. So Google has one, Microsoft has one, IBM has one. So I'll give a quick introduction to this for those who might not be familiar with them or who might have an idea what a design system is, but don't know the particulars of what's involved. So design systems typically have these 5 constituent elements. The first is design principles. So this is your really high level philosophy, which defines what kind of user experience you're trying to provide, what your general feel and look should be for your apps and the kind of vision that's driving them. The next element is a style guide. A style guide is things like your color palettes and your typographic style. So it's the common elements that will be present visually. You have a component library, and those are your relatively low-level UI components, think widgets, think buttons, switches, menus, that kind of thing. And then you'll have a pattern library, and a design pattern is it is a design element. It's something that you'll bring together multiple patterns to create a design, but the design patterns that are higher level than the components. A design pattern will typically include multiple UI elements within it, multiple components within it. So a preferences window is a design pattern. Sidebar navigation is a design pattern. Selection mode is a design pattern. These are parts of a design that you can bring in, but they're much higher level than individual widgets. And then the final element that you get as part of a a design system are user experience guidelines. This is the design documentation that tells you how to take all of these other elements and put them together into a great application. And in particular, they will tell you about which patterns to use and when, and how to use each one. So that's kind of what a design system includes. And I think the thing to note here is that the design system is primarily made up of two things. It's made up of your platform, like the developer platform that you use to create your application or your product, and that is present in the component library and the pattern library. But the other major aspect of this is your design documentation. And it's when you bring these things together in a particular way and they have these aspects to them in combination, that's when you have a design system. So there's three key terms on this slide. I took these from a definition of design systems from a book called Design Systems. But I think these are kind of important and is worth dwelling on them for a moment. So design systems are made up of interconnected patterns. So the patterns that are within the system are designed to be used in combination. They are designed to be compatible with one another. So these are not just kind of independent building blocks which might not work if you put them together. Like, that is not how the design system works. Like, each element works in combination with the other elements. The second part is about shared practice, and I think this is present in design systems in a couple of ways. But I think the big one is that when you have a design system, that enables you to build communities of practice around that system. Because once you have the design system, you have a language that members of that design community can speak, and they can build up shared knowledge and share their experiences and their expertise in how to make products with that system. And then the final point is design systems are coherently organized. And this is the other thing. You know, the design system is managed. It's self-designed. It is like a whole with a structure of its own, rather than being a collection of parts that have come together organically. So what's different about a design system in contrast to, well, doing design without a design system, which is, I think, how a lot of people who are listening to this talk might have operated previously, where you might not have some of these elements. You might not have been, you know, creating an application with a style guide or with a pattern library, for example. So one key difference is that a design system is holistic and comprehensive. It includes everything that you need to know in order to create a fantastic application. It has the principles, it has what colors you should use, it has the components, everything is there, so you're fully equipped. The second point I've already mentioned, design documentation and the platform are conceived as part of this single whole, the system. The third point, design systems tend to be built around patterns rather than components. So we tend to talk about and think about design elements that are fairly high level. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to make choices about which of those patterns we might want to use. And the design process, when you're using a design system, often involves making choices between patterns, deciding which patterns are the best fit for your application. And so with that, you have quite a lot of flexibility within the system. And that is where, and they're supposed to allow you to have a degree of creativity, a degree of freedom. But then the flip side of that is that, generally speaking, you try not to step outside of the design system. So you have flexibility within it, but then you try not to step out of it. And there are various reasons for that, but the obvious one is that it ensures consistency, and it ensures that your application can be easily updated along with the rest of the platform. So this is the point I'm leading up to. GNOME has a design system. Like, I don't think we set out to create a design system. We didn't have this idea at the forefront of our minds, but you know, we have all of those 5 elements. We have the principles, we have the style guide, we have the pattern library, and so on. And this is the first time we've had a design system. You know, those previous versions of the platform, the previous versions of the HIG, they didn't operate as a fully fledged system. They were missing some of those parts. And now that we have a design system, that changes how we can think about the process of application design, and it changes how we think about the platform that we're in the process of maintaining and creating. And you know, the reason that I say this is that, you know, when I was writing this talk, I was thinking about, well, what do people need to know about the platform in order to make great apps? And I came to the realization that the main thing that they need to do is treat the GNOME platform as a design system. And if you use it in that way, if you approach it as a system rather than as a toolkit or an API, then you will create better applications. Use the platform as a system, approach it as a system, and I'm going to talk about what that means. But first, slides are useful. First, you know, why is this important? I mean, there's a reason why design systems are popular nowadays. There's a reason why all these big companies have design systems. And that's because it enables like disparate teams that are loosely connected to work on their own products and then put them together. And at the end, all these different products, they look the same, they feel the same, and they can coexist together harmoniously. Like if you're Google and you've got this huge product suite, you need some means to ensure consistency. You need a framework that all your different teams can work within, and that's what your design system is. And you know, there are a lot of similarities between that requirement and what we have in the case of the GNOME project, right? Like we have a diverse community, developers working like loosely connected, not a lot of centralized control, not a lot, you know, we don't have like a big central design team that can oversee everything. So, you know, I think the design system has a lot, the same thing to offer us as it has to offer a lot of these large corporations. The other great thing about design systems is onboarding. You know, if someone comes along to our platform for the first time or comes to our community for the first time and they want to learn how to create an application, well, it's all there for them now. Like all these resources are there. You no longer have to be there like guessing at pixel sizes or type sizes or colors or trying to figure out you know, which way it is to do solve particular design problems. All of that should be there and present. So this is a really effective way to get new people using the platform and using it well. The third and fourth point kind of go together here. You know, like there's been just a vast reservoir of knowledge and work and experience that's been poured into the platform. And when you use the design system, what you're doing is just you're utilizing that massive resource that is there, right? You know, patterns that come from the system, that come from the platform, are invariably going to be better quality than those that you hand roll yourself. So just by using the design system, you're massively reducing the amount of effort that you have to do, both in terms of design and code. And there's just massive efficiency savings to be made there. The other thing that using a design system enables is avoiding common pitfalls. And this was largely the inspiration for this segment of the talk. You know, when I think back to the applications that I've seen over the years that have used GTK, but have, you know, not had the best design quality, often it has come down to issues around the design system, either the system being not present or not fully present, or the design system not being used as a system. So you get applications where they've tried to create kind of generic design patterns themselves rather than using them from the system, or maybe they haven't been present in the system in previous versions. You know, like someone tries to invent their own form of grid navigation or like pop out like utility window or something. And typically it doesn't go well because this stuff is really, really hard and it needs to be designed as part of the system. It's kind of really hard to like tack it on. The other pitfall I see a lot is people mixing and matching different versions of the platform or even importing design conventions from outside the platform. This is what I call fuzzy systems. It's where you don't quite know where your design system starts and where it ends. And so you end up with like these odd mismatches of apps that have like a bit of GNOME 2 and a bit of GNOME 3 and maybe something that someone saw on the internet. And it doesn't really come together very well in the end, right? The third pitfall I see quite a lot is, you know, people doing styling themselves, like hard-coding their own colors, trying to use novel text styles, using kind of their own icons and so on, which often, again, doesn't work well. And then the final pitfall I think is kind of interesting. Like you can actually find apps that look really great. You know, they've followed the UI guidelines and they've created a UI that looks like a good GNOME app, but they've missed the principles. And so the experience kind of falls short. Like they end up throwing a lot of technical jargon at the user or requiring the user to do a lot of work that could be automated. And so while the app looks good, it doesn't feel good to use. It's hard, right? So it's important to stress that the principles are just as important a part of the system as any other. So these are some of the common pitfalls that people find when they're not using a design system. And nowadays, what I would ask someone if they're creating an app is, well, you know, if they're starting from scratch, is like, what system are you using? And if they don't have an answer to that should set an alarm bell ringing, because you should have some terms of reference. You should have that resource present. Okay, so I've talked a bit about what design systems are and what they can offer, but how do we use the GNOME design system? Like, how should someone who's coming to this idea for the first time, they may be looking at the HIG for the first time in a while, how do they think about this in terms of design systems? Well, the first thing you should do is read the HIG. Really, just read it. I mean, I know I don't have everyone here, but hands up who's actually read the HIG all the way through. I'm looking at the design team in the room. They don't have their hands up. But seriously, if you're using the GNOME platform, if you're creating application UI for GNOME, you should have read the HIG. You should have read it all the way through, at least once. If you started a new job at a company and you're working on a product and they had a design system, what you would do as part of your onboarding is you would read their design system. So if you're working on the GNOME platform, you ought to have read the guidelines. And then keep coming back to it. It's designed as something that you can come back and you can look stuff up as you go along. The second thing I would say that you should do is you should learn to think in terms of design patterns. And this is really important, right? When you see a mock-up or you see an app, you ought to be able to recognize the patterns within it, the design patterns. You ought to be able to say, that's a boxed list, this is sidebar navigation, that's a preferences window, this is a toast, this is an info bar, and so on. And once you can do that, then you can start to think with those patterns. You can start to recognize the differences between them. You can start to recognize the kind of common kinds of problems that they solve and what the trade-offs are between them. And at that point, you're becoming fluent in the system. This is how you do it. You think in terms of patterns. Like if you talk to us on the design side, we won't generally be talking about UI widgets. We'll be talking about the patterns. That's how we think, that higher level. And the other thing here is, if you're looking at a design or you're thinking about a design, and that includes a design pattern that isn't part of the system, then that's when an alarm bell should start ringing, and you should start thinking, well, is there another way I can do this? And one of the things I would really like to see happen more is, when us on the design team, we create designs and a developer picks those designs up, it'd be great to see a conversation naturally happening about, well, which pattern is this? Which pattern is that? How am I, the developer asking the designer how they expect the design to be implemented? And if those of us on the design side, we will know which of the patterns we have in mind. We will say, oh, that's a waiter expander row, or this is a view switcher, or whatever. This is a utility pane. What you don't want to happen is for us to give designs to a developer and they come back and they've implemented everything from scratch using like the basic GTK APIs and none of the high level stuff that we have in the platform today, because that's not how we want to be creating applications nowadays. So I said this already, like the design principles, like they're not something to just skim over once and forget about them. Like these are like the things to live by. This is what guides your vision. This is what guides your application. You ought to be familiar with these. Like read them over, like write them down, stick them on a board. Like this is important stuff. This is what defines GNOME user experience. If you're creating an application and it doesn't conform to these principles, you're doing it wrong. All right, how long do I have left? 15 minutes. Okay, good. Okay, I always go quicker when I do it live. Okay, so final part of the talk. This is just kind of general advice. So, I've talked about the platform, how we should be conceiving of it, how we should be approaching it, some of the high level stuff. This is like more kind of implementation kind of details, I suppose. So the first thing is use the libadwaita styles. I don't think all of our developers are familiar with this. I don't think everyone using the platform is familiar with this. You should be familiar with this. Go to the libadwaita documentation site, search for style classes. You get this fantastic page with screenshots of all the different style classes that we have in the platform today, with documentation on how to use them. Everyone should be using this, should be making reference to this. So I won't go through all of it now, but here's a few examples. So we have all the button styles. So all of these button styles you see here are fully supported by the platform. These are the terms that we will use from the design side when we talk about button styles. So if you're having a conversation with a designer, it's useful to know these. We have a lot of styles that are specific to the new header bars. So how we no longer have the buttons with the backgrounds now. We just have either an icon or we have a bold string typically paired with another icon. So it's useful to be familiar with these. The spacer one is particularly interesting. We don't have visible separators now in header bars. Instead, we just use spacing. And the spacer class is how you do this. You apply it to a GTK separator, and that converts the line to space. And that's how you get these groupings that you can see down here on the bottom screenshot. Container styles. I sometimes see people trying to style these by hand themselves. You don't have to do that. Don't do that. use the style classes. We have them. They're great. They're maintained and everything. So you can make a list look like a nice list with a shadow, and you can do the cards as well, like that you're seeing in an increasing number of GNOME applications nowadays. We have named colors. So really, you shouldn't be using hard-coded colors. Wherever possible, please use the named colors. There's 4 basic ones. One trick that you will see in some of the apps, you can see it in GNOME software, and some of the others is we'll sometimes use these with transparency added. So when you see a lighter version of the color, that will often be the named color with some transparency, and that ensures that that color will continue to work irrespective of whether you're using the dark UI style or the light style or the high contrast. Typography styles. Again, you know, I still see people manually specifying the size of text. Don't do that. You don't have to do that anymore. It's all in the design system. These are the type styles that we use now. Use them. They're maintained and everything. Okay, so that was a brief introduction to the styles. Bookmark that page, go back to it. It's really useful. We do have a page in the HIG on styling, which is also useful and provides general guidelines. But that page is really great. Next point, box lists. Like, it's probably apparent to a lot of people who are quite close to the GNOME project, who work with the design team closely. But you know, nowadays, box lists are one of the primary ways that we organize application UI. So if you're doing preferences or a form or any view that contains lots of code or lots of input, chances are you'll be using a box list. And we've got a lot of support for box lists in the platform now, lots of specialized libadwaita classes for doing this, and we provide design guidelines on all of this. So I think kind of people are maybe still a bit kind of stuck in this kind of model. This is how we used to do it in the GNOME 2 days. I remember designing a lot of this, and you know, you had your groups and you had to indent them in your multiples of 6 pixels, and everything had to line up, and we spent a lot of time on this, and it was actually really, really hard to do, and it was a lot of work. So this is the old way, and if you're still doing this, or you've still got this in the back of your mind as how, like, I don't know, like preferences windows look, you need to banish that thought, because you know, this is how we do things now, and it is so much better. Like I said, we love these lists, but we really do. Like, they're just so much easier to use, and they create better interfaces every time. Like, I remember struggling for years with the design of some of those old GNOME 2 style dialogues. They're just really hard to get right. And with this, from a design perspective, you can come up with something nice very quickly, like 9 times out of 10, it just comes together. This is great. So, you know, this is how you use it. And if you're using something like an Adwaita preference window, you get all of this out of the box anyway. So there's very little code involved when you're writing these. Final point on this section, tooling. We have some great tools nowadays that is good to know about. And again, you know, I'm aware that there are developers out there who don't know about these tools. Just 2 of them I'm going to single out. The first is Icon Library, written by Bilal. Thank you, Bilal. This allows you to browse and search all the symbolic icons we have available. When you open each one up, it tells you how to use it in your code, where to get that from, and if you can use it as a design tool as well. If you're creating mockups, it will give you the SVG. I use this every day. It's great. It's really useful for developers too. If you see an icon in a design, you don't know what it is, this is one way you can find it. The other really useful app that we have is the typography app. So thanks to Xander for this one. And this is just a useful reference if you're using the typographic styles that we have. You can click on these, it gives you the style class. It also has some of the recommended characters that we recommend in the typography section of the HIG. And this is a useful way just to copy and paste those into your code if you're looking for one of them. So this is really useful. We have some other great tools. They're more on the icon creation side, but you know, we are in a really strong position in terms of tooling now for the platform. So I just wanted to highlight that and thank everyone who's worked on those tools. All right, so I'm nearly done. So hopefully we'll have some time for questions. 8 minutes, okay. All right, so there's never been a better time to create apps with the GNOME platform. Like, it's a genuinely exciting time. And you know, the HIG is better than it ever has been before. The platform is better. People can create great apps very easily, and they are. This is the amazing thing. It's working, right? But there are still challenges. There's still work to do. I I think the first one is around awareness is kind of what I've been trying to do in this talk, right? There's still a lot of people who aren't aware that the GNOME platform has all this going on and aren't thinking about it and approaching it as the system that it is. So I think there's work to do around that. Maybe we need to be branding that platform better. Maybe we need to be introducing it better. Maybe, I don't know. I think there's a lot of work we can do there. I think one of the issues is, there's no single entry point. Like, you don't go and download the platform from a website that kind of gives everyone the same introduction to it. Like, a lot of people still start writing apps by, accessing the GCK API, which if you want to do it that way is great, but you're not using the GNOME design system if you do that. So that's a challenge. Like, we need to get people away from that approach. The third point, a lot of the GNOME apps don't actually follow our own design system, and that creates mixed messaging. So, it's no surprise that, third parties are coming in and trying to create apps using our platform, and they look like old GNOME apps. We still ship old-looking GNOME apps, and I think that is going to be a challenge until the point when every app looks like a modern GNOME application. We're still going to get people emulating those old design patterns. So that is a challenge. We don't have a demo app. We have designs for a demo app. I think we need to go back to that. I think having a reference implementation that shows all the patterns in one place would be really powerful. That's something I think to figure out over the next, 6 months or a year. That'll be great. And then the final point, design tooling. So most of the modern design tools, they have some support for design systems, like Figma being the classic example of that. You can define all your standard components for your mockups, and then you can draw those into a new design, and everything stays up to date and has a single point of reference. We kind of have that with Penport now. There's some questions about Penport, so we need to figure this out, because as long as those of us on the design team are hand drawing every app from scratch each time, we're going to have inconsistencies. We ourselves are not going to be following the design system in the way that I think we should. So that's something that we need to figure out as well. Okay, that's the end of the talk. I hope it's been useful. I hope it's given people a new perspective on the platform, on how to think about the platform, how to use it. If people have questions or even suggestions for the HIG, it'd be great to hear those. Like, I don't update it super regularly, but I probably am due to do a batch of updates soon. So if there's any changes to get in the queue, it'd be good to hear about those. So thank you very much. I can try. So when we did the big HIG update, we actually rolled in the... Oh, sorry, yeah. So the question was, can I speak to improving accessibility recommendations in the HIG? They're looking for more than just a checklist. And also, what about internationalization regarding typography and writing? So on accessibility, we did incorporate everything from the old accessibility guidelines that was relevant to design when we updated them. So we actually added a lot of extra material, well, some extra material on accessibility. I think part of the challenge here is the platform itself. And as part of updating the Hague, I had conversations with GTK developers about the state of accessibility and what the toolkit can and can't do. And I think at the moment, the design recommendations are in a way like waiting for platform improvements to come along. Always looking for more suggestions. Obviously, if there are specific things to add, then I think we should add them. But I think at the moment it's kind of waiting for the platform a bit. Accessibility with regards to typography and internationalization with regards to typography and writing. I'm not really sure what that question is about specifically. I suspect that there's some particular issues there that the questioner is asking about. I don't know who asked the question, if they've got specific points there. I mean, we do have some guidelines with regards to internationalization and writing. Like don't have different parts of the same paragraph in different widgets, for example. Don't kind of stitch together paragraphs or sentences from different strings in your code, that kind of thing. I don't have much else to say on that. It looks like someone's writing another question. Okay, I guess this is about neurodiversity, right? I mean, right now we're not, but we're always looking for contributions. So if people have specific suggestions, there is accessibility recommendations in the Hague already. If we can expand those, then that's always great. So, the issue tracker is open. We do, it's an actively maintained project on GitLab.gnome.org. So file issues, if there's anything missing, always happy to add that stuff. We're not, we don't pretend to be experts in accessibility. We try to be as much as we can, but, we often look to specialist advice for that. So if there are people from the accessibility space with material or thoughts to share, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the apps nowadays, I think particularly the ones that have been ported to GTK4 already, are excellent examples. Certainly the kind of core GNOME apps that are using GTK4 today, I can't think of one that is terribly bad or doesn't follow the design system in a shocking way. So if you look at clocks or software or settings, there's a few aspects of settings that are still a little bit sketchy, but for the most part, it's come on a long way, and it's a good example of how to do settings. Do we have any other examples? I've got the other designers here with me. Yeah, a lot of the circle apps are great. Thank you.
Is the Fedora office hours starting soon? Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Marie. Really? Ben, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you just fine, Paul.
Okay, I thought I had a problem with my mic.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, just having to do some workarounds today because I've been having problems with my system lately with keyboards and mice and a lot of just strange things that don't make sense.
Hi there, can you hear me this time?
Yep.
Hi Ben, hi Mari, how are you? Hi Paul.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing today?
Marie, I'm doing great today. So how are you liking GUADEC so far?
It's great. I wish I could have been there in person, but this does the job too. It's really awesome that y'all have set up a hybrid event. This is great.
Yeah, that's great because I'm nowhere near Mexico. Yeah, I'm closer to I'm close to Nuremberg in Germany than Mexico.
Gotcha. Hi Brian. It's really cool to see you here. How are you? Oh no, I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, I think I guess the microphones are having a couple problems with big blue button. All you have to do is select what microphone you're using because sometimes people have two microphones. I have like five. I have two microphones, so select the microphone that you're primarily using, and that would be the best way to fix it. Hi Luna.
Brian, have you joined us again?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can
There
hear
we
you,
go.
but I can't see you anymore.
Computers are hard, as Ben called them today.
There you are. Hey,
It's great to
good
see
to
you.
see you.
Yeah, I just thought I would swing by the office hours and say congratulations on the new gig.
Well, thanks.
I read it on the internet.
I'm still
so
here for now.
what?
I'm still here for now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
This is like an
But we are
impromptu
looking for
Fedora.
a new Fedora Community Action and Impact Coordinator. So anyone watching right now at the conference or online, if you think you'd be a good fit to help serve and lead the Fedora community, please do apply.
Hey Mari, I think you are the best to take that role. No. Hey, only is my opinion.
Thank you. You know, it's been a lot of fun and a lot of hard work. But, you know, it's time to move on to the next thing and give someone else a chance to have this amazing role.
So you're not the Fedora community coordinator anymore?
I am for right now. So we're in the process of hiring somebody.
For a couple of months more until someone else wants to beat.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, why are they hiring somebody else? Could you say?
Yep, because I'm going to move on to a new role.
What are you doing?
Of Red Hat's open source program office, I am going to take a new role called Code of Conduct Specialist. So I am going to help other community managers, like the role that I have right now, both implement and govern their codes of conduct.
Or you be the one who makes sure those bots don't come in and bug me?
I won't be doing that directly, but I might be helping other community managers figure that out. Yes.
Yeah, because you know sometimes the trolls come into Element and stuff on your community, and there was one yesterday that sent a bunch of numbers. It was the funniest thing.
Yes, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, like at least it was numbers. At least it was something that was appropriate. I could mention just a bunch of numbers. It was like a string of numbers. They were just trying to overload the server in some community. I think it was actually Elements Chat themselves, their own support. It was, and I was worried they were going to come to Fedora, so I was like, I'm just letting you know that I saw.
I have a question. Are there people in the at the conference right now watching us, and do they have any questions? Hi. Okay. Cool. I always have a how to join Fedora presentation in my back pocket, but I have an idea. I have a feeling that most of the people here probably know how to join Fedora or already contribute to Fedora, but I am, open to taking questions, or if people have an interest in that, I would absolutely be up for presenting that.
I'm wondering, what made you think about switching your position to Code of Conduct instead of just doing community members? Aren't you? Will you still be in the community and go to conferences and Fedora social hours and stuff?
Yeah, so I'm still going to be involved in Fedora. So I have been involved in Fedora way before I was the Community Action and Impact Coordinator. So I started back in 2013 working on Fedora badges and the design team. So I'll continue to stay active in Fedora doing that, and probably a couple of other things as well. But, it's just been a challenging couple of years, and I want the best for Fedora. And at a certain point when you're like, I don't think I have the energy I had for this, that means it's time to move on and let somebody else take up the mantle, as they say, and do that work.
Is Matt DM going to still be the direct, whatever? What is his title?
The Fedora project
leader.
Yes.
Matthew Miller. Oh, is he going to still be the project leader?
Correct. Yep. He's still the project leader for the foreseeable future. And Ben is still our program manager. Hey, Louis.
So I definitely know you're going to be at Nest. Will you still be a coordinator at Nest?
Oh, absolutely. I was just building the schedule for Nest earlier this morning.
When are you going to be changing positions? In September?
It's a good question. There is not a solid answer for that one right now. So we have to find a good candidate. We are well into the process of screenings, and the interviews will be starting soon. So I don't have a solid answer for you on that one.
Maybe Louis could do it on the call.
Maybe. I don't know if that's something he's interested in doing it, though.
Does it have to be somebody in the United States, or could it be somewhere?
No, it can be anywhere in the world. So let's see here. Luna just asked, is the schedule for Nest going to be published soon? And the answer is yes. So I'm going to be writing it up, finishing writing it up today, and then I will just do some confirmations with speakers, and then we'll probably publish it fully the middle of next week. But you can kind of block off your 8:30 a.m. to 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern time, August 4th, 5th, and 6th. And
so
we would love for everyone who's here at GUADEC to join us at Nest with Fedora. It's a virtual event. I just put the registration there in the chat. So there's a chance to get a swag pack. There's also going to be tons of content, some socials. And if you want to get an idea of what the content will be, you can take a look here.
One question, Marie.
Mhm.
When we are going to do a on-site conference again in the next year?
I think next year, but this is not going to be my decision.
Okay. Okay.
So we actually talked about doing it for this year. We had like a public discussion on our discourse forum.
Just 1 second. I think I have a parcel coming. 1 second.
Ooh, everyone loves package delivery. So yeah, we talked about doing it in person, but most people in the community were not ready yet. You know, a lot of folks have kids. A lot of people, you know, just aren't comfortable traveling with COVID yet. You know,
Yeah,
it's
correct.
still not quite over, but this year we've done a set of local in-person meetups. So we just had a hatch here in Rochester yesterday.
I see.
It was a lot of fun. And I think that there's 1 or 2 more happening. There's one happening in Mexico City next week. Let me look up my thing here. So yes, there's going to be one on July 28th in Mexico City. And if you know Alberto or BT0, he's the one to talk to you to get some more information. And then there's also going to be one in Brno, the Czech Republic, on August 11th. So we also had meetups in Nuremberg, Germany, Stockholm, Sweden, Vigo, Spain, Pune, India, and Cork, Ireland. So all in all, we've had 8 local meetups to try to help bring people together, even though we were not able to hold an international conference this year.
One question about the mentor process from new ambassadors. Now I think the process start in advocate ambassadors and then move to ambassador. That's correct?
So yeah, so if someone you know is interested in becoming an ambassador, there is a monthly ambassador call where they can go and kind of start asking their questions. It's going to be open an ambassador ticket or write on discussion that you would like to become an ambassador. Once we get a couple people, we're going to set up a group mentorship call. We kind of have a pool of mentors now instead of trying to keep a wiki page updated with everyone who's active. If anyone knows how tough that can be, it just wasn't working for our process anymore. So we're going to start doing some group mentorship.
Okay.
Yep.
And my last question: this is an open session, or you have a topic to discuss in this session? I interrupt the session.
No, this is an open session. We're just here to hang out,
nice.
talk with people at GUADEC, talk with people who have joined virtually.
Marie,
you know. What's up?
That wasn't a parcel. That was my lunch.
What's for lunch today?
Pasta thing. Just got pasta for lunch.
Pasta, nice. I had a quesadilla. It was very good.
So I was just wondering, what is going to happen with what's my college? So next, you were planning to have it in Detroit this year, Michigan. What happened to that idea?
We were planning to have it in Detroit in 2020, and that was not a plan we had for this year.
Why don't you have it in Boston or Plymouth or
Then COVID happened, and then COVID still happened.
Yes.
Why don't
COVID
you have
happened, and then it still happens more.
Why don't you have it in Plymouth or Boston? Plymouth, Massachusetts. Or Boston.
We had Cape Cod in 2017, I think, was it? So we try and move it around to different places so that it's a little more geographically accessible, and we're not going to the same places all the time, so it's a little more interesting for the people.
How about Nuremberg or Groningen or Nuremberg?
We've had it in Germany. We've had it in Poland. We've had it in the Czech Republic in Prague.
Netherlands?
We've had it in Budapest. So we've had them all over the world. both in the U.S. all over and in Europe all over. So
You know when you're going to come back to Massachusetts?
me? I'm not sure.
No, I mean the nest. The flock.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think Boston is honestly a bit pricey to hold a conference in. I'm just gonna be real about that.
Boston's Heinz Convention Center or the I forget the other one, the BCC. Those two places are great for tech conferences. I went to a tech conference there, and I went there, and it felt like a high school dance. It was like such a formal looking place, and it was very professional.
Yeah, when we pick places, we try and pick one of the things is the cost of not only getting the venue but also the cost for attendees in terms of their food and stuff. We also look at how easy is it to get to. Is it sort of a major airline hub, or is it several flights after you get to the hub and things like that. So there's kind of a lot that goes into it. So usually what we do is we sit down with Red Hat's community events team and say, here's what the budget we have to work with, and here's what we have in mind. And we try and find places that fit, and ideally places where we haven't been before.
Why don't you use UMass Boston or Fitchburg State University, which is a college I'm actually applying, which is a university I'm actually applying to as a venue, because those are state-owned buildings. During the summer, they host a lot of events, and that would be kind of great because I know many conferences in the open source world that use universities.
Too.
Oh, what were you saying?
Universities can also be expensive, but I think we're talking more about, hotels, food, taxis and Ubers and things. There's a lot more to it than just the venue.
I know sometimes universities hold like conferences, especially like ones in Boston near hotels.
Yeah. So I have a question for Ben. Maybe he wants to answer, maybe he doesn't. What kind of changes are coming up for Fedora Linux 37?
Nice.
He's Googling. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't mind me while I pull up the page. I just process. I send the email. I don't
Okay.
actually read them. No.
Ben, I'm just like you. I don't remember all the features. I have to note them down. I'm like the king of notes. You know what I'm saying?
So a couple of the notable ones are Fedora CoreOS is going to be a full-fledged edition now, and the cloud is going to be returning to edition status, which basically just means it's sort of Fedora editions are the sort of targeted at a particular market, for lack of a better term, and sort of like the showcase offerings for that. And so Fedora CoreOS fits a container hosting kind of target, and then of course cloud is cloud.
Well, that's kind of exciting. I mean, going from 3 to 5 editions is like kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Fedora.
We're also dropping support for some of the older ARM architecture, so the ARM v7 architecture is going away.
So
finally noticed that. No more ARM.
Yeah. And we'll now have full support for the Raspberry Pi 4, which is something that people have been wanting for a long time. Some of the drivers and things that the Raspberry Pi Foundation makes, they don't necessarily go upstream very well. So Peter Robinson and some other folks on the ARM team have been working very hard over the last few years to make it so the Raspberry Pi 4 is fully supported, because that's a very popular, cheap, small device that people want to run Linux on.
So Ben, I remember back in the day when there was this little project called Fedora, where some community members of Raspberry Pi were making Fedora for the Raspberry Pi. It was very buggy and very, very big. For me, it was never worked. And I'm so happy now that actually Fedora themselves, the Fedora community, is making a version that works with the Raspberry Pi that is supported with the platform. Because do you remember that? Anybody? it was called Fedora, and it was like a mess.
I remember that it existed, but I never tried to do anything with it.
I used it, and it was like, I used it, and I was like, eh. I was like, I'm gonna put Debian back on the thing, but I really want to use Fedora. But I was like, I was like, I wish Fedora some community member would come up with an idea of Raspberry Pi, and I was like, okay, and I was just thinking to myself, like, I'm so happy that it's like a kid on Christmas, I'm so happy we finally get a release of Fedora that works with the Pi.
Well, I think previous Fedoras supported Raspberry Pi 3, but now this is for Raspberry Pi 4.
Yeah, it's better because the 4 has more RAM, and 4 is more of the 4 is not 4. The Raspberry Pi 4 is more supported, is better supported for is better supported as like a full desktop experience because it has more RAM, and it's just easier to use than like a Pi with not much RAM. You know what I'm saying?
Except I'm a little confused how this is possible. Maybe it supports everything except the Wi-Fi? I thought there was a problem with the Wi-Fi.
So there's a question in chat. Can Ben or someone else explain progressive web apps and what role they will play in Fedora 37 via GNOME?
I'll let Michael answer that question.
Yeah, how convenient that I'm here. So I guess the first thing to explain is that progressive web apps, it's actually a bit of a naming confusion that refers to specific technologies, web app manifest and service workers. GNOME only supports service workers. There's no support for web app manifest. So although I think the goal was to get to progressive web applications, we're not quite there. That's not going to so that's not going to be quite supported in Fedora 37, but we do have the service workers support has been there for a while. What's new in Fedora 37 and GNOME 43, if you saw Phaedrus's presentation, is there's new support in GNOME software and an Epiphany for managing web apps from GNOME software. This is something that GNOME software used to be able to do a few years ago, but we removed the code because it was, well, users were not pleased with it. It was not meeting our users' expectations. The web apps that previously existed in GNOME software had some pretty bad reviews. So this is a second try. The architecture is a little more sound, and hopefully users will like them. It's basically basically, it allows you to take any web application, any website, and turn it into an application on your desktop. That hasn't changed. That's always been possible via Epiphany. But now that support will be back in GNOME software again and a little more robust than it was before.
Also, I'm wondering, these PWAs, will they behave like normal applications? And also, can some PWAs have like support that is like for offline support? Because I know that Google used to do this with Chrome apps, where some apps could run offline as like an HTML page. Like, I'm just curious about if user's offline and user wants to access, I don't know, if there's a PWA that does, I don't know, like a PWA graphing calculator app, like something like an open source version of Desmos, and they access it offline, or they have to do it offline for like a test or something. So would a PWA application be able to support offline use, then sync when it's back online, or will these things always have to be dependent all the time on the network? But would that be possible if a user developer could develop something like that, or is PWA just going to be network dependent?
So I believe they're supposed to work when offline. So that's service workers is basically it allows the website to implement its own networking itself. So instead of going to the internet to resolve requests, the web browser can do that all locally. So you would, of course, have to visit the website remotely first in order to set that all up, and the content has to come from somewhere, right? But then later on, in theory, it should work. Now, I haven't tested this to make sure it actually works. I bet the people who are working on web apps like Vedus have probably tried, but hopefully it will work. Bug reports welcome if not.
Yeah.
Service workers is actually a WebKit feature that's been around for about maybe 3 years now. So we were a little late to the game, but it's
You have a link to
it's
this?
not new in Fedora 37. It's what's
Do you have information about service workers? Because it's the first time I've heard about service workers.
I can try to find some links. I'll post a link or two in the chat.
That would be great.
So do web apps like this rely on the user to install them from like Epiphany, or like to create them from scratch each time? Not from scratch, but like from the UI, or can you actually install web apps that, you know, folks have created from GNOME software? Like, is it another way to sort of like package software, so to speak, right?
I think sorry, I didn't quite listen to the full question, but I think the answer is both. Assuming I got the question right. Yes, GNOME software will have web apps, some pre-selected, but you can also make your own for any website that you want.
Cool. That's awesome. Nice work.
Also, these progressive web apps, I know they work in GNOME, but could a GNOME PWA work independent of desktop? For example, if I want to run this PWA in, I don't know, XFCE or KDE or LXQT or whatever, even OpenBox Window Manager, Awesome Window Manager, or Xmonad, or Afterstep, or whatever, or even
Yeah, Paul,
CDE.
it doesn't. Yeah, the code doesn't depend on the desktop environment.
It's up to the web browser.
Yeah, the web browser. So anywhere that you can install and use Epiphany, it will work. In the future, well, I mean, it can also. Epiphany and Chrome are the two browsers that have this support currently. Chrome has the full progressive web app support. Epiphany is just again, since it doesn't support web app manifest, you can't really call it progressive web apps, unfortunately. But then, so there's the browser level support where you can use Epiphany or Chrome. Then there's the software center support for if you want to install the web apps with GNOME software, that only works with Epiphany currently.
Cool. I'm glad you were here to answer these questions.
Yeah, that was a lot of questions all at once. Apparently, the audience was very interested.
So I had sat in on the end, the
audience
end of the
is
last.
interested in PWAs?
So I had sat in on the end of the last session, and I saw, I heard some questions about accessibility, and I just wanted to mention that there is a group inside of Fedora right now who's forming a working group to improve Fedora's accessibility, and it's going to span across a couple different topics with different goals. But this is, part of a bigger discussion around Fedora's long-term strategy and making accessibility a priority in our community and what we focus on with our leadership. And
Murray?
Yes, Paul.
Did you hear any background noise on my webcam at all?
I didn't.
Didn't, just making sure. Next question. This is actually the reason why I'm on asking a question right now. I'm wondering, could these PWAs be distributed via GNOME software?
I'm going to give that one back to Michael.
Was there anything more you wanted to finish up with accessibility before we take that question?
You can do that one. We'll go back to accessibility.
Okay. Sorry, Paul, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Can PWAs be distributed via GNOME software or Muon Discover or any kind of like application package distribution platform that is independent of package manager on operating system or made into package of distro?
Yeah, so again, GNOME software is gonna, it's just, basically it's just a list of websites and some metadata that lets you install pre-selected web apps.
Thank you for answering that. So yeah, just back to this accessibility topic that we have folks who really care about this in Fedora, and they are getting together and seeing what can be done. And I know that that's heavily connected to GNOME, and we would love to have, more collaboration between these two groups to kind of get those goals, to reach those goals. And Luna put in the chat too that Red Hat has hired someone who is blind to work on GNOME and Fedora and RHEL and make those more accessible. It's pretty cool.
Did Red Hat hire any autistic people like myself or any other communities?
I am sure we have. I can't speak for all of Red Hat. We have many employees, like 18,000, maybe more, something like that. So my guess that there is folks inside of Red Hat who are autistic. I'm not sure if they've been hired with the express, job to work on accessibility, but we have a neurodiversity group inside of Red Hat, and they discuss and work on those types of, I don't want to say issues, but topics, and have discussions around those things.
Yes, because people with disabilities, or I don't call disabilities, I see like abilities, because some people like me are very for me it's computers and system administration. For other people it's art. Some people are good at specific things. So what I was saying is that some people with different disabilities need access in different ways, because autism has a spectrum. There's different forms of it. There's everything from me where I'm practically borderline. I practically just have some little bit of traits, to people who have issues speaking and talk and communicating. So there's like an entire range. And how do we make software accessible for all that range, from people who have a lot of disability to people like me who are very independent and just have a little bit of traits? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a huge question, right? And I definitely don't have all the answers, but I think the number one thing to do is to listen to the people with those abilities, and hear what they need, and actually, implement those things in the different pieces of software and tools and documentation that we have.
So what does Michael work on? Is he like Emmanuel?
I think you can ask him directly.
Do you work on the same thing as Emmanuel works on, or keep
No.
Emmanuel?
I've got a variety of responsibilities at Red Hat and GNOME. I work on GNOME release team, for instance. I'm one of the people who angrily hounds maintainers who are late with their release tarballs. I don't make out many friends that way, I'm afraid. For instance, last week was just a bunch of build failures. It was a mess. I also work on WebKit, maintaining WebKit GDK for, that maintaining is a big word, helping. I'm the packager for Fedora, and I work on Red Hat Enterprise Linux as well.
Oh, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. I use that on my workstation up there.
older Fedora with less stuff, basically.
Yeah, the reason why I use it is because I have this exotic machine. It's very exotic. It's this very strange Dell computer that only works on 3 Linux distributions where all the drivers work, and that I would be able to work properly because it's essentially a Dell computer that is gutted. It only has the motherboard from Dell, but every single other part is a part that we customly put in. So it essentially is not a Dell computer anymore, and the only distributions that seem to work on the thing are RHEL, Fedora, and that's it. And the reason why I put RHEL on it is because I use this thing as a production system, and it always breaks, and I always need to have some it seems like RHEL works better with this machine for some strange reason than Fedora, even though they're on the same base. It's just a very strange system. It's very exotic, and it's exotic hardware because it's nothing you can get from Dell. It's something I just came up with. It's just you take a Dell machine, you got it, you just keep the motherboard and CPU from Dell, and you throw in all of their aftermarket parts.
Notice the GUADEC room is still very quiet.
Yeah,
Really?
I don't think we've got. I think they're all eating lunch, honestly. But Carolyn just dropped a thing in the chat here that I'd like to say out loud, that there's going to be a BOF, or Birds of a Feather, this Sunday, led by one of the GNOME community members, on open source, neurodiversity, accessibility, and how to include people with disabilities in open source.
Actually, the host of that talk, Ricard Grossman Nielsen, he actually let me. I know him really well, and he let me join as like a co-host to say my own point of view, which is kind of great.
Oh, Ricard is actually going to be doing a talk at Nest with Fedora as well about the same exact topic. Open
Really?
source,
I wonder-
neurodiversity, and Fedora. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to ask him right now about that. I haven't known about that. 1 second.
Yeah, so I'm still working on the schedule, so I can't tell you what time it is quite yet, but really looking forward to that talk. And oh, here's the info on the BOF. Thank you for dropping that.
Just letting him know that I'm going to be there.
Cool.
It's kind of funny. It seems like I have known the community for like a year now, because the first time I've met all of you was at GUADEC last year.
Yes. So you're 1 year a Fedoran. Congrats.
Yeah, 1 year. I used it for 5 years. I'm in the community for 1 year.
I guess. I mean, so you had a Fedora account for 5 years?
No, I've used Fedora, the distribution, for 5 years.
Totally.
I had a Fedora account for 1 year, but then that one was silly, so I had to. Something weird happened with FAS in April, so I had to make a new account. Yeah.
And well, I'm
it was,
very glad you joined us, Paul.
Yeah, it was like this. It was disgusting. Something happened with FAS where like it locked me out and I couldn't get in, and every single thing. So I was like, enough. It didn't email me reset passwords or reset codes or anything. So what I had to do is I had to make a new account. And
you know, occasionally we do get some bugs with our account system.
Yep, and
but there
finally,
is a place to ask and get
access
help
it.
for that.
Yeah, I can't even access it because I want you to log in. So what I had to do is I had to make a new account, and that account works with Badger. That account works with the Badges system. That it works with everything, and it doesn't. This account doesn't do monkey games like the last one where the Badges didn't work. The other thing didn't work. XYZ didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's what happens when you roll out a new account system and just, you know, be assured that there are many people who care about it working properly, and they are doing their best to fix those things.
Yep.
But we have many different applications and systems that we're trying to all make all work together, and everyone in Fedora has a lot on their plate. So some of these bugs don't get worked out super quickly.
The funny thing is, I actually
more help with that.
The funny thing is, I actually went to a conference in April.
A release party
during April vacation. It was like the third week of April. There was this thing called ODSC East, and there was this lady there from Red Hat who knew you. I said, "Do you know Marie Norden? Oh, you're from Red Hat." Yes, I do. I forget her name. It was like Natalie or something.
Natalie Pasmino?
Yep.
I know Natalie well.
Yep, I met her.
Natalie and I were just chatting this morning.
Yep, I met her at ODSC. I met her at ODSC East. And I was like, "Is Marie going to come?" Marie isn't here. Where did Marie go? So I thought Marie and Fedora team would be there as well, but it was just the RHEL people.
I haven't done too much traveling myself.
That conference was in Boston. It was a conference. It was mostly about Red Hat OpenShift. It was nothing about like Fedora. It was mostly OpenShift and Red Hat's other stuff. Fedora was like the last thing they were talking about, which I was like, come on. But it was an open. It was an AI conference. It was nothing to do with Red Hat. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we would want to promote or talk about here. We talked about Nest, so that's August 4th, 5th, and 6th, and we hope people will join us for that. Also, we've got a lot going on around accessibility, so that's really cool. We also have a group working on Fedora Week of Diversity, and we'd love to get more people to help with that. We have our marketing team is experiencing a revival right now, so that's pretty cool. We're looking for more folks who are working on communications and promotion, outreach, those sorts of things, everything from design to, we're always looking for packagers, we're always looking for developers and maintainers. We have a ton of those. So we're looking for more folks who are working on the other skills and things that we need, like project management, those types of things. And I think Yona is working on Fedora Week of Diversity. She might have details on when it's going to be, October 14th and 15th.
Maria, I'm wondering if you're looking for, how about the design team? You said you were looking for packagers and other. How about design team?
The design team's always looking for more people. We have a queue. Actually, I think we just moved to GitLab. So
yes, I know. I remember. I was at the meeting, remember?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure if the queue just migrated over there or how that's working, but we have always a ton of different projects going on with our design team. We're in developing the Fedora 37 wallpaper right now. There's going to be a handful of design sessions at Nest. So Jess Cheetahs is going to present on her work for redesigning the Flock, Nest, Hatch logos, as well as our brand new mascot, Kalur. And we have another intern actually out through Outreachy who's going to be presenting on her work with Fedora badges. So she's working on the template and updating the designs. What was that?
When is this intern presenting? So I see today there's intern talks.
Intern talks at GUADEC?
Yeah, those are GNOME.
It's the GNOME Google Summer of Code and Outreach internship that GNOME had, and over the year, and those will talk.
Yes, I was thinking that it's crazy.
We're going to have an intern social at Nest as well, where you can meet all the different interns that, well, hopefully if everyone can make it, the interns that can make it from the summer and the winter session. And I think Ben is mentoring someone on design docs.
Yeah, it's redesigning the front page of the docs and helping with some of the information architecture.
Awesome. So I think Anushka is actually going to have her own thing too. Oh, I heard someone from.
Yes, so that would be 1 second as I do the conversion.
You're on Eastern. It's an hour later.
So that would be, I forget, what is it in UTC?
So 13:35 in. You're in Eastern, right?
Yes.
So it'll be 14:35.
Yep, I was saying for UTC because there's different people from different time zones here, and I usually use that as like a common point for.
In UGC, it's +5. So, can I do math? 13 plus 5, 18:35.
Okay, so
yeah, arithmetic.
So
doing
GitLab,
schedules across the world is always lots of fun.
GitLab, whatchamacallit? GitLab design team, is everything migrated from Azure, or are there still some things that are being moved, or how is this working?
I'm not sure. I think you'd have to go check. I think you have to ask in the Fedora design channel. They probably have some more information for you. I have not been on top of that change. I just know that it's happening.
Do you still do design at all?
Oh,
graphic
yeah.
design?
I'm co-mentoring an intern named Nikita Tripathi, and she's working on Fedora badges design. And some of the different things that you see around Fedora, like blog post banners and promotions and some of the stuff we have on Hopin for Nest, I design those. So I have designs around, and I'm also mentoring in design, you know. I find that sometimes it's better to pass that knowledge on and bring some new people on board than just keep doing it myself.
The funny thing is I wasn't at Fedora Social Hour yesterday because I was at GUADEC.
I also wasn't at the Fedora Social Hour because I was at Rochester Hatch.
Really? There was a Rochester Hatch? Really?
There was, and it was organized by Neil Gampa.
Oh.
He works for Datto, and Datto's headquarters are in Rochester, New York.
Neil Gampa. I remember talking to him last year and a couple times. I remember he was like the Linux history teacher. He gave me a lot of information last year.
Yes, and he often comes to our social hours too. So Neil and another gentleman from Rochester who works at Datto and also works on Fedora, David Deschen, I think is his name. I'm probably not pronouncing that last name correctly, so do apologize for that. But they organized a Rochester Hatch, and we had about 20 people show up, and then we went out for a little social event after and hung out with each other, and it was really awesome to hang out with Fedora friends. It's been a long while since I had done that.
I'm actually going to have my lunch while I listen to the life of WebKit GTK and their friends outside of the GNOME desktop talk, which is kind of interesting personification there.
For sure. So any other questions from people in the chat, people on site?
There's nothing in the shared notes or in the chat, as I can see.
I don't see any. I did see Brian's welcome to GitLab Fedora design team. I'm sure we're happy to be there, Brian.
Can ask if there's gonna be a Fedora 37 release party online or in real life. I would guess so.
So at this point, we are welcoming ambassadors or anyone else who wants to organize a local in-person release party to go ahead and do so. We would just ask that you wouldn't plan it for the same weekend that the virtual release party is. So that date is yet to be set, but my thought is it's going to be set for 2 or 3 weeks after the target release date, which Ben could tell us the target release date.
Fourth Tuesday in October, whatever date that is.
October. So my thought is there's going to be a virtual release party mid-November. Probably like
so the fourth Tuesday in October. Tuesday.
I think
That
we're
is the
doing
24th of
2 days.
October. That's the 25th of October.
Another question. We have a question in the chat, and I don't know what this is, so someone else might have to answer it. Okay, important question about Fedora 37. When will Word Grinder be packaged?
It should already be in Rawhide. I haven't gotten any bugs that it failed to build, so.
Can someone tell us what Word Grinder is?
So Word Grinder is a text or word processing application. It's basically designed for running in the command line, but it does no formatting. It's very like, I want to sit here and focus on writing words. I think Brian had written an article about it on opensource.com, and I was like, oh, you should package that for Fedora. And he said, I don't know how to do that. And so I was like, crap, I guess I will. So as far as I know, he may be the actual only user of that package.
How about
Word Grinder is my favorite application for Fedora and probably for Linux in general. And I don't know how to update Fedora packages. So every release, I have to find a way to make sure that Ben remembers to make sure that Word Grinder isn't broken in the new release. So I figured I would use this public opportunity to just kind of put him on blast and make sure that Word Grinder is updated for me.
Well,
okay.
It should be up to date with the last release, and it automatically builds when releases get branched. So you know where to find me if you ever spot a bug. But
all of us Word Grinder users appreciate your service.
Also, I usually, whenever I talk about Word Grinder, I always say, did you package Rat Poison Window Manager? Because that usually goes together with Word Grinder in my brain, because I remember looking at distribution once that came with both of them.
I don't package it. I don't know if somebody else does.
Next year, I will submit a GUADEC talk on Word Grinder. Be my guest. That will be great, Brian.
13 years old.
What's 13 years old?
Word Grinder, I guess. Unless that page is out of date, maybe it's even older.
No, we just keep rolling it over every release, and it keeps working, and it keeps working great. And if you're a writer on Linux and you're a writer and you use Fedora for your writing, you should definitely check out Word Grinder. It's probably, there are a lot of word processing applications. And this is not a text editor, by the way, so I'm not wading into like the text editor wars by promoting Word Grinder. It's definitely a word processor insofar as like it does formatting, it does formatting and markup that you would want from a word processor, but it does it on the console. Super fast, really easy to use, exports and formats that are really useful for writers. And has a couple more like advanced features like document management and scrapbooking, so you can cut pieces of your writing but save them for later. And again, I don't need to take up more of Fedora's precious time talking about Word Grinder, but since we're doing that now, I needed to get on here and promote it.
No worries. It's like interesting. I've never heard of this before. So
Yeah,
I actually have a meeting. I was like, oh, I can be 5 minutes late, but I do want to say a nice goodbye and say thank you to the organizers of GUADEC and to the GNOME community for having us here. And We love collaborating with you and being your neighbors in the FOSS ecosystem.
Thank
All
you.
right, and hopefully we see people at Nest with Fedora. So see you there.
For sure.
See you later. I'm going to. I hope
Yeah.
you have a great day, Ben. Have a great day, Lewis.
Bye bye, man.
It should work, right? What did I do? Yeah, I think it's okay, but it's not full screen though.
You want the slides full screen?
Okay, I did something wrong.
Yes. Can you pass the?
No, it's okay. Okay, as I was saying, is usually there's some news from time to time, and like this one they say regarding to Huawei Galia, this is in the magazine, I don't remember 2020 or 2018, 2020 actually, and they say that the second highest number of commits to the Chrome and WebKit source is coming from Igalia. And usually in the is it me? All right. You had to point somewhere? All right. So this is the kind of data the community shared. And sorry, because it's a pie chart. So here are the numbers. So Apple still have most of the contribution, but the Galia is the second for almost 5 or 6 years, if not more. And the thing is, there are common question that we have is why do you do it, and why does someone invest on a browser engine when the market is already taken? Because people say, okay, why don't you people use Android? Because Android already provides that. I mean, why don't you use? I mean, or why do you even work on a browser for GNOME desktop? I mean, who is going to use? It looks like besides the GNOME developers, who is going to use Epiphany for say something? So these are one of the questions I would like to answer after I finish my talk. And I hope I'm going to shed some light on this. So that is the motivation. And also the other motivation I have for this talk is that to try to help those many people who are interested in contributing to WebKit, but they don't know they want to do it. So I hope that they can understand a little bit more. Because one of the things that usually happen is that, or I have seen in my experience, is that many people don't know what WebKit is. They know, for example, in WebGTK that it takes a long time to build, and that's it. I mean, they know the render HTML, but no more than that. Because it's a good abstraction. It provides a widget, you give some I mean, you can just load a web page, and then you can build anything on top of that. So a little about me. I'm Germán Pocamaño. I work at Igalia as a project manager. And I have to contribute to GNOME on the site since more or less the beginning of the millennia. It sounded cool that way, right? So let's see a little bit of the anatomy of WebKit. WebKit has a very flexible architecture. So we have in one layer we have WebKit, which is the layer that the application links against. And underneath is the web core, is take care of all the rendering, the layout, the network access, the multimedia display, etc. And also there is the JavaScript engine, which is the default these days is JavaScript core, but in the past used to be V8 before Google forked to Blink. And also there is a particular place for the platform, which is every single platform can put every hook that they need to make it run on that on their on whatever platform they're targeting. In a way, it's very similar to what GTK does, but this is just for the web. So the web engine task mainly is the purpose is just to render content that is a HTML page and make it convert it into pixels. So that is the word that what it does, and it has to do it very fast. So usually what it comes, it takes a DOM tree, and the DOM tree, it means that take everything that is parsed from the HTML. It has to parse also the CSS and to apply the style rules, and the output is something called attachment. And from the attachment, you can create the render tree. All the nodes that are going to be there, that are going to be ready to be rendered, and then they have to apply the layout to say, okay, what are the components, the elements are going to be, and which is the site are going to be, and also then it's going to be ready to be painted and displayed to the user. And there is a lot of work doing on that. So the idea is that you convert HTML text into the DOM tree, and then from the DOM tree, you create a render view with all the elements. But some elements might not have enough information. And even though there is a tree and there is a hierarchy, you don't know the order that the element that has to be displayed. So eventually, one can be there might be some overlaps. So for that, we apply the render layer, which tells how the elements are going to be, and the one that have the information, and how they're going to work. In general, we can display, after this, we can display it in the content because the pixels are already there. However, the problem or the challenge, it's also the same challenge with a toolkit, is that there might be some video, there might be some animation that only changes one single part of the screen, and changing everything is meant to try to repaint everything at once. So to do that, we use the graphic layers that just try to determine, okay, which of the components are going together, which want to be painted first and later, and then you can only repaint the ones that are changed. So you can do it faster. This is a very quick overview and fast overview. How does it work? So in WebKit, because the architecture is flexible, they exceed the concept of ports. And the port is in which platform you're going to make it to work. In this case, we have the WebKit port, the WebKit GTK port, which use libsoup, ATK, GStreamer, Cairo, and other libraries to make it work in a GNOME environment on everything that use GTK. So a port, in a way, is the platform specific, is the glue that helps you to put all the web, what I said before, in a particular operating system or even hardware. So the GTK port, they have two main uses. The web browsers, the web, Tangram, I don't know how to pronounce the other one, but all of those are related to GNOME somehow. And also as an embedded widget, for example, to display HTML, just like Evolution or YARL for displaying the help. And there are other media players, and there are many applications that already use it. However, the application that people usually don't know is that the one that use some customers. For example, WebKit GTK is being deployed in point of sales. I cannot say the brand it used, but it's a very well-known apparel brand, fancy clothes actually, that they have a point of sales worldwide, and they use WebKit GTK to, I mean, even more, they used to use Epiphany for having the point of sale and the application that were running there. And the other one, well, this is just is open source, is the Playwright framework. It's for web automation, browser automation. This is an application is something that, built by Microsoft on top of different browser engines. And the ones that are related with WebKit, these are done by, I mean, they're using WebKit GTK. They have plenty of releases. They have more than 1 million downloads a week. But it doesn't mean that every download is a new download. It's that maybe people upload a bit in because they have rolling releases, it's just updating to the latest releases. And there is a big chunk that also, these are just WebKit GTK. So whenever people say, okay, who uses WebKit GTK, there are more users than the one that you can introduce on things like Epiphany web browser, which is the first that comes to our mind, or Evolution. There are applications that they use it, but they don't advertise it because they don't need to, or they don't have to. It's just that they use it. And it works pretty well, actually. And we help them to do the releases every week, even twice a week. So they have like a big patch on top of WebKit, and they run the applications. We keep them working. So that is from the side of WebKit GTK. However, because there is WebKit GTK is very specific to GTK, there was a spin-off that this is one of the friends of WebKit GTK, which is WP. It's like more or less like WebKit, but for embedded devices. Which focus was on, it had to be very light, share a lot of code base with WebKit GTK, but just try to make it a toolkit agnostic and platform agnostic. And that use GStreamer for the media, JavaScript core for JavaScript, try to use a very minimal dependencies. And the other is because in the embedded devices, the CPU is so limited that the constraints are so high that we try to use as much as possible the GPU. Try to have hardware acceleration, for example, for Canvas, for video, for 3D CSC, 3D transformations. And also it had to run in multiple processes to separate, just for safety reasons, and also to make it more efficient, the UI, the web, the network, and storage. And also have a threading composition to make everything together. And the difference with WebGTK is that the application is in charge of rendering the composite web page representation. You give the buffer, and they are going to do it. So let's revisit a little bit how it actually works. So previously we had the WebKit, the WebKit stack, which now is just one little part, and then we have the other part, which I think is important, which is the backend. So we have different backend, which is more or less, okay, if we want to run WP on different hardware, because their hardware varies a lot in embedded devices, then we can use a different backend. For example, we have libgdm, they have the Wayland that we use the FreeDesktop of the stack, and we also have a libwp backend, which provides access, for example, to the Raspberry Pi, to RDK or Android devices. And it's very, I say, it aims to be light. So the Raspberry Pi, the image of the Raspberry Pi is about 40 megabytes, the size. And we had made run WP in devices with less than 100 memory of RAM. And so usually people complain, sometimes they say, oh, these applications are very heavy, but the thing is you can make it very light and run very well. And the other thing is for removing the toolkit, because in several of the applications, they don't need even widgets. They just display content. And some of the widgets they do it just with SVG or CSS. So is it coming, the next one? The other thing is that WPPer has, but also WebKit GTK has, is that it's conforming with media source extension, with the created media extension, all the parts that correspond to open source. And there is an implementation with WebRTC. It can work with libWebRTC, but the problem with that is there is a conflict of license. And what we're doing this moment is try to provide GStreamer with a WebKit WebRTC for real-time communication. So one of the goals for this year is, for example, to have running JITC using, maybe by the end of the year, we might have a WE and WebKit GTK I'm probably using Jitsi, and the next step it would be to use it, for example, for Big Blue Button, which is a little bit more challenging at this moment. But that's our goal. And the thing is that we can make WP and WebKit work with many things, but sometimes we cannot provide it because either you can, if you want to do it, you have to build it by yourself to link it against the libraries that have a conflict of license, so you can test it for yourself, or you can get some license or something like that. The other thing is that also we can run, for example, with Apple Music, with Amazon Music, with Netflix, on everything that requires, for example, wideband, but we don't have a license to for wideband, so we cannot distribute it. And so it's not that technologically it's not possible, it's currently possible, but the problem is a distribution problem that currently we have. So let's see who use, what is the adoption? One of them, here we have many users because our RDK is a consortium that they use WPs as for the SDK kit. This work was initially sponsored by Monopolical, but it's used by companies like Comcast. Liberty Globals, and many others. If you visit that website, you are going to see all the companies that are behind RDKey Management Consortium. And this one is mean that there are dozens of millions of users already, or deployments were already with WP. So when people say that who use this one, well, you can see, I mean, if you have Comcast, you have all the subscribers that you have Comcast in the States, and that's plenty of millions of users already. There also, we have deployed WP in speakers, also a very well-known brand, but I cannot disclose. An in-flight entertainment system, and one is that very common is digital signage. Whenever you have train stations or airport or anything that have a signage, there's plenty of them that run WP, and also GPS-related devices, also from well-known brands. And there's some cookies machine, and this one I can show you a little bit. So there is this cookie machine that is very popular in Europe, even though it's on the expensive side. And they have a screen there. And in that screen, for example, this is one of the user interface. We implemented, we made a prototype in CSS for running this user interface, and the other one is in SVG. And then we had to try to make it run faster and to make it look smooth, like there were actual knobs to move back and forth. And for doing that, well, there are many other work that we have to do. And also, this one can display web pages and can display the recipes, so you can choose the recipes. And when you choose the recipe, then it downloads everything and give you an idea, okay, what are the things that you have to do. And also, you can, they have the idea that they have third-party recipes and such. For making that work, this is one I wanted to have a video here. This is the classical tiger that you can see in PostScript. They have thousands of different elements. So one of the proof of concept that we did is just to run this one and trying to take all the elements back and forth and doing very fast. And now this is in process of being integrated in WebKit. So when it's going to be integrated, it's going to be hardware accelerated. Almost the full, being the full complying with the spec. And besides that, so we have plenty of, what do we do, or why do we work on WebKit? Because there are plenty of use cases, there are plenty of potential customers, and there are plenty of devices that can use it. There are actually billions of devices that have a screen, and everything that can have a screen potentially can have a web browser. And because it's easier to develop interfaces with HTML, that is our potential customer. But also there are customers that have requirements that help the commons, that not necessarily directly related with WP or WebKit GTK, but help, for example, to improve WebKit. And when it helps to improve WebKit, it helps everybody else in the stack. One of the examples here, there are many though, I just picked this one. For example, sandboxing. When Patrick implemented sandboxing, it was for a specific case of the embedded devices, but also immediately helped to have sandboxed in Epiphany. And the other one that there was a CSS layout, the grid one. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. That we worked in the specification and we implemented what is in the specification in different browsers, in Chromium and in WebKit, and we make it work. And the reason done by that is because there are some customers that they don't want to be, they want to be vendor neutral. So they go with some company that has knowledge to do that, and they ask that to help them implement the requirements that they have. And also, beside that, there's sometimes internal investment. And there is one very interesting that recently Patrick released, which is like web extensions. By implementing the web extensions, we can have access, for example, to extensions that are available in other browsers to have it in Epiphany. And the reason to do that, I'm going to say them later, is to dogfooding. Because the more users we have for Epiphany, the more tested is WebKit GTK and WP, and which helps, for example, it also helps the community, but also helps the development of WebKit GTK. And also we're working on the porting WP to Android, just because it could be interesting to do that. I mean, the more users of WP we have, the better. and WebKit GTK. So in the case of the CSS grid, these are the Bloomberg terminals, and everything there is done with HTML and CSS, and they have very big requirements, and they like to have a vendor-neutral implementer doing that. Even though it's very, sometimes, I don't know, for me it's look like very old school, but everything is with HTML, and that is the reason they push the specification as much as you can. And this is, well, there was a demo video here also running, in this case, a WP on Android. And, oh, okay. I'm finishing already, yeah. And the right one is the Firefox XR. We changed it with the web view from WP. So one of the things we're doing, these are 3 slides more. We're trying to lower the barrier, because one of the problems for using WebKit is that it takes so much time to build if you don't have a build machine. If you have a build machine, you can build it in 10, 15, or 20 minutes. If you don't, maybe it can take 30, 40, 1 hour. So we developed a Flatpak SDK, so people can use the SDK and run it with the latest WebKit, and without building it. We provide the mini browser that's to run that, but the problem is this mini browser is not good for dot coding. And that is the reason we also have the Epiphany Canary, that you can run the latest version of Epiphany with the latest version of WebKit. And that's helped also the community. So the common question that we had at the beginning is, why do we do it? Why someone invests in the browser engine? It's because the web technology is a commons. It's good for everyone. There is a lot of work to do there, because it is a niche market. It's easy to make a dent. And you can make, I mean, once you're inside there, you can make a big impact. And they have good secondary effects. It helps back to GNOME. So in a way, when people say, why do we work in Epiphany? Epiphany actually is a byproduct. Because it helps everything else. It helps to showcase, it helps to dog food all the WP and the WebKit underneath. And here there are some references about what I have said. We have plenty more details, and that is where I finish.
Thank you very much. So in case you have questions, feel free to also reach out to our speaker here. We are running a little bit late, so currently we have the intern lightning talks that will be hosted by Felipe.
now contribute to GNOME with a proper funding. We probably have seen this in other conversations around that funding contributors is a critical way of gathering new contributors and retaining them long term, because a lot of folks unfortunately don't have the means to do this on their free time. We also recently have started the gsoc.gnome.org website, so this is an entry point for everyone interested on knowing how to participate in GSOC as a student, as a mentor, and we plan to expand the website to even more features that is going to help people get to know how to participate in our program. So yeah, I just mentioned the GSOC changes. There's also another change that in Google Summer of Code now we're gonna have we're having actually two formats for the program, a longer one and a shorter one. And I also find this to be pretty useful for GNOME because we can have shorter projects. Usually the mentor availability time is really an issue. Like some mentors are working on GNOME on their own free time as volunteers. So expecting that mentors are going to be putting their working hours into mentoring somebody for a long extended period of months, it's pretty hard. So now we hope to gather more mentors by having this option of having shorter projects and then longer projects as well. Another thing is that the GNOME Foundation, as you have seen yesterday on the AGM, has been always approving a budget for funding outreach internships. Outreach internships work very similarly to Google Summer of Code, except that they are funded by various participating organizations and donors. So the GNOME Foundation is actually funding, and I'll be very happy to see mentors engaging with outreach as well, so we can also be mentoring in various interns in outreach. We currently had one intern this year, but we have funding for 3 every edition of outreach. So outreach happens twice a year, so it will be very nice to be able to always have 6 interns working for outreach funded by the GNOME Foundation. So if you are looking into mentoring, please look at outreach.org. It's a great opportunity. So here's a list of the Google Summer of Code projects that we are having this year. So it's 9 projects, and the outreach project that we are having. Today we're gonna be listening to our interns presenting about their work. They're gonna have something around 3 minutes to present. A lot of them have never spoken into conference. A lot of them don't speak English, so I ask you to be patient. Yeah, it's remarkable work, and we are looking forward. A lot of them are also based in time zones that is very inconvenient to be presenting, so they send us pre-recorded talks. And with the hopes of WebRTC working correctly, I'm gonna try to stream the recordings. And yeah, let's continue. So this is the name of our interns this year. And a special thanks to our mentors. Mentoring is really important. You grow as a mentor, and you are also like enabling the next generation of mentors. In GNOME, we have a lot of contributors that were former Google Summer of Code students, myself included. So it's very important that you spend a little bit of your time onboarding the next generation of GNOMers. We also would like to use this opportunity to mention our friend that passed recently, Marina. She's the creator of Outreach. She was also organizing Google Summer of Code for GNOME. When I joined GNOME as a Google Summer of Code student in 2012, 10 years ago, Marina was the administrator, and she welcomed everyone, and she has been always very participative of the program. And yeah, it has been an honor to have worked with her. All right, so presentation time. Let's hope this works. So the first presenter, for the interns that are probably connected remotely, I want them to know that there's a list of presenters on the shared notes, so they know which order they're going to present. And on the bottom of the presentation, once they are made presenter, they can be passing from one slide to another. So our first presenter is Nasa Kuma. She has actually been an intern in GNOME a couple outreach sessions in the past, but she continues involved working in GNOME, and it doesn't seem to be connected as a speaker. She has, there we go, I found it. Oh, but I'm not admin. Okay, just a sec. Could you make me admin so I can be delegating other people? So for me to be able to enable other users to be presenters, I need to be admin, but I'm currently just presenter. All right. Well, no, actually before that, I need to set the slides. Yes. All right, so if you're there, could you please say hi? Seems like we cannot hear you.
Hi.
Hi. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello everyone. Today I'll be presenting some of the work or some of the contributions that I've made to GJS in 2022. So a bit about myself. My name is Manto Nasa Kumar. You can call me Nasa. I have a background in software engineering. I am from Cameroon, and I contribute to the GNOME.js bindings. Next slide. So before I start, I just want to give a big shout out to Igalia for sponsoring the work I did on GJS through their coding experience program. And I also want to thank Philip, Caitlin, and Chris for their mentorship and support throughout the coding experience program. So I made a handful of contributions on GJS throughout this year, but because of time constraints, I would like to focus on what I am most excited about, which is adding more information to object output on GJS, which I'll be calling the pretty print or pretty printer functionality going forward. Okay, so adding more context to this presentation, like GJS is a JavaScript runtime built on SpiderMonkey and the GNOME platform libraries. It gives bindings to the GNOME ecosystem, allowing users to build power native GNOME applications. So the image you can see now shows the state of GJS console before the pretty print functionality. So we actually use this functionality through the log and the log error functions. So for example, if a user tries to print out an object literal, say greeting hi, what we get is object, which is the that you get when you call the toString method on a JavaScript literal object. And also, if you try to print out an object that has a secular reference, like in the case of maybe object.b first object, you also get object, which does not really give you much information about the content of this object. Likewise, the other examples that we have there, trying to print out a nested array just gives you all the items in the array. If you even try to push an array into itself, you just get one, which does not really tell you much about the kind of operation they are carrying out or about the content that is in the array. If you also try to log out, let's say your new date or like the current date, you have an output that is tied to your location, which is not quite helpful at times. And we also have outputs for printing out G introspected G objects. So on my current version and what will be available in the GNOME 43 release will be like what you have on the screen. So printing out an object, like there, it may not be so obvious why someone may need to use that, but let's say that you have a big object in your program somewhere and you want to see the content of that object. Maybe you've stored that object in a variable, so you just have the reference. Now logging out that object will give you now more information such as the property names and their values. And same too for printing out an object with a secular reference, you actually have more details about the object and also more information telling you that the object has a secular reference. Also, printing out a date gives you a more generic format, which may prove quite useful at times when you're working on GJS console. So you can this functionality will be available in GNOME 43 release, and you can be able to go there and try to use it and test it. Also, so currently I'm working on integrating this functionality to the debugger, and after that I'll be looking at adding color output display to GJS console. So if you have any questions, so suggestions or just contributions about the work that I'm doing, you can always reach out to me on Metrics. I'm Nasa Kuma on Metrics. Sorry, I did not write that here. So Nasa Kuma, no hyphen, nothing, just combined. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, so you can switch the slides in the bottom of the screen.
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Am I audible? Hello? Okay. So, hello everyone. I am Afshan Ahmad Khan, an integrated master's student from India. I am working on migrating G-Translator from GTK3 to GTK4 in my outreach internship. So about my project, the tasks of my project are changing GTK library version from GTK3 to GTK4, and then changing libhandy with libadwaita as as GTK4 doesn't support libhandy, and then also do some bug and issue fixing which arises in the process, and then to do UI and code improvement. Now work that has been done, I have upgraded GTK version from 3 to 4. I have also replaced libhandy with libadwaita. So now we have an initial working version of G-Translator with GTK4. Next, there will be some. Next, there are some screenshots of that initial working version. This is the window. This is the initial window of G-Translator. Next is interface which we have when we load a file. We have migrated most of the things you see here, except there is some work to be done related to the search bar. So this is the preferences dialog. We have done slight improvements like adding a GTK separator between different sections of the profile dialog. Work to be done. Still migration of GTR assistant and the edit header dialog is remaining. GTR assistant is basically a GTK assistant which helps in user creating the profile when they initially open the when they first run the application. Edit header dialog helps in the user in editing the header of the profile. I removed the drag and drop implementation when I was doing my initial migration work, so it is again to be restored. And then there is some redundant code and issue fixing, code improvement, and UI improvement. All these things are remaining. So people who have helped me, first is my mentor Daniel. He has been always helpful to me whenever I had any doubt or any other issue. He has always solved it. He's also the maintainer of this application, and he also provided me with many helpful advices related to the internship and the project. I would also like to extend my thanks to Maximiliano for taking out his time and reviewing my merge request. So that's it. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, hello, my name is Ignacy and I'm from Poland. And today I'm going to talk about my Google Summer of Code project, which is for GNOME files, and it aims to make the new documents feature discoverable. And a little about me, I'm studying computer science in Lublin, Poland at UMCS, and I'm on the second year. And my mentor is Antonio Fernandez, who is the maintainer of GNOME files and who's been super helpful and supportive in the project. And our specific mission is to revamp the new document submenu so that standard users can create new files more easily. So Nautilus is GNOME Files, which is file manager for GNOME, and one of its features is to create new documents. And here you can see the status quo of this feature, and it looks okay, but there's one major issue. It doesn't show by default, so users have no idea that this feature exists overall. And they even create the bug reports in the repository saying where is this feature. They are completely unaware of it. It is completely not discoverable. And why doesn't it show by default? Because for it to show, users need to manually create empty files in the templates directory, which is an exercise in pointlessness for the manual buzzing. And the overall experience is completely unintuitive for ordinary users. So in order to tackle this problem, I've made research of other implementations, including operating systems, file managers, and even web apps. As you can see, GNOME Files is one of the only ones, one of the only implementations who don't offer creating new empty text files and new Office documents. And so surprisingly, is in the minority of implementations who don't group together a new folder and new documents features. With that research in mind, I've created a mockup. Do know that it's not a final one. It is subject to change. But the main features here shown are the fact that we group together new folder and new document features. And because of that, the number of clicks that is required to get to the new folder feature increases by 1. So we balance it by adding a plus button in the header bar, which opens the same menu. And there are also presented to the user default templates, such as text file, document, spreadsheets, and presentations, which we thought were the most common ones the users may need. And the existing functionality of custom templates is presented in a dialog in which are shown templates, files in the templates XDG templates directory. And if there are none, which is the default state, there is a helpful empty state which allows the user to import new files via GTK file picker, which copies these files to the XDG templates directory. And that was the short-term plan. And in the long-term plan, we are also considering allowing applications themselves to open both empty files, empty file types, as well their own custom predefined templates. And it would all fit together in this dialog. But this is a future long-term plan, and we're still considering whether we should do either of these. And it's not part of the Google Summer project, just a stretch goal in the future. And I want to thank you for listening to me. I hope for your feedback on my and questions. You can reach me on my email, and or you can find me on Nautilus chat room. For more information, check out my blog, in which I cover all of this in much more detail, and Nautilus ticket and tickets in the Whitebox repository. Thank you for listening to me, and have a great GUADEC.
Thank you. So let's get to our next presenter. All right, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah.
So, about me, my name is Anupam Kumar, and I come from India, and I'm working as a Google Summer of Code intern here. My mentors are Benjamin Berg and Claudio Wonder, wonderful people to say the least. So, I am working on the GNOME network displays project. For the people who don't know, GNOME network displays actually mirrors your screen or windows to external displays through Miracast revision 1 and Miracast over infrastructure. For now, it's written in C, G-Object, and GTK3. So how can I save the day? Not that yet. My project is to introduce Chromecast support in the GNOME Network Displays app. So what is Chromecast? Also known as Google Cast somewhere. So Chromecast is a proprietary protocol implemented by Google itself. So you can cast laptop screens, mobile screens, or tablet or whatever, even YouTube videos over Chromecast supported devices and also Android TVs. So sender and receiver. So what are sender and receiver? So sender is the app that initiates the casting, like your Chrome browser or Android phone or iOS phones. The receiver is the Chromecast device or inbuilt Chromecast in the Android TV. So talking about the sender. How does the sender work? So the sender actually in the Chromecast protocol creates a TCP connection to the receiver at port 8009 and encrypts it with TLS. And then it handles those messages using JSON in serialized with protobuf. And the receiver part, the receiver receives the connection and makes sense of them. It has an Android app running in the background. And we can do all the stuff like casting YouTube videos, opening another app, getting status of the receiver, and other things. So shall I save the date? So the things to do are discovery using Hawaii, using MDNS, establishing a TLS connection, and a virtual connection. A virtual connection is just sending a connect message with some metadata to the receiver. The JSON message encoded in protobuf. The custom receiver receives the stream request. WebRTC connection is opened. We capture the screen of the device of the GNOME display. And we close the connection if it's signaled by closing the app on the GNOME app, or if the receiver has some failure, it sends the close message to us and we close the connection. So how much of the work has been done? We have discovered the device, we have connected to it, we send messages to it and receive messages most of the time. And we are proceeding with the research on receivers. So what all work is to be done. So GNOME Network display uses GStreamer in the backend to create RTSP streams. We need to just convert it into WebRTC streams. We need a custom receiver app to support WebRTC, but take it with a grain of salt. Research is still going on. If we open a WebRTC connection, let's start streaming the screen. We can also choose to stream the mouse pointer position in another channel to save on the stream throughput, and then gracefully handle all the states, like close connection, disconnect, everything like that. Thank you. You can track my latest work at GNOME/network displays, merge request 171, and my blog, kitensky.github.io.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are doing great. I am Pooja Patel, a recent computer engineering graduate from Mumbai, India. I'm a part of the Google Summer of Code program this year, working on the project GNOME HID CSS Library. I've been mentored by two amazing people, Claudia Wonder and Caroline Hendrickson. So, about myself, I'm a UX designer and a front end developer working on projects in several domains such as agriculture, social welfare, and edtech. I believe that good design is just as important as good functionality for a product success. And this was one of my major motivations for contributing to this project. Apart from that, in my free time, I enjoy meeting new people, trying new cuisines, and exploring new places. The goal is to create a library of various components and elements used in the GNOME websites following the updated design language and the GNOME human interface guidelines. Now the question arises, why is the project important? GNOME has several websites, each having different designs and elements. Moreover, GNOME 40 introduced a refreshed set of websites such as apps.gnome, 40.gnome, developer.gnome, etc., making this project even more vital. Here's an example of the list element. The project aims to ensure consistency and homogeneity in the interface of all the GNOME websites and consequently improve the overall user experience, not only for the visitors, but also for the contributors and users of GNOME. That's not all. It will also make updating the current websites or creating new ones easier by providing a fully customizable base template to incorporate different styles and even custom designs. More importantly, the project will facilitate the creation of an accessible, inclusive user interface. Moving on to how we are going to bring the project to fruition, we are following an iterative four-step process for every element. Firstly, we evaluate all the current GNOME websites to try and understand the use case, the design of the element. Secondly, we create mock-ups for the redesign element, integrating all the existing variations of the element. Next, these mock-ups are refined after taking suggestions from my mentors and a few other members of the design team. The future plans are to complete and improve the documentation, iterate over the remaining designs, and contribute GNOME projects and open source overall. I would like to thank the GNOME community and GNOME Foundation for being super helpful and supportive and giving me the opportunity to share my work with you all. Hope everyone has a great day and amazing experience at GUADEC. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hope you are doing well and enjoying GUADEC 2020. I'm Asmit Malkanar and I'm currently a GSOC intern at GNOME Foundation. I'm a sophomore pursuing BTech in Computer Science and Business Systems, an open source enthusiast, and I love contributing to open source projects and various communities. You folks can connect with me on Twitter at asmith_2952. Coming to my project, which is continuing the development of Faces of GNOME. My mentors are Claudio and Caroline. Both are super helpful and they help me with getting acquainted with the project better. Faces of GNOME is a foundation-led initiative which started back in 2020 with the intent of recognizing all the contributors and their efforts for GNOME projects. Faces aims to be the platform where contributors like designers, developers, translators, moderators, speakers, and interns can have their own profiles which describe their work for the foundation. Current progress of my project includes changing of CSS styles, updating outdated packages to fit the latest needs, fixing accessibility errors on the site, and working on the important feature where members and newcomers can add blogs and profiles easily through a form rather than navigating through hundreds of repository files. As soon as you will hit the submit button on the form, you will be taken to GNOME GitLab account where you will have to create a merge request and done. Your profile is live on the site and then you can share it on social media and other peers in your community. As I progress more on the project, I'll be working on the content of the website that is creating documentations so that newcomers can easily contribute to the project and general UI UX improvements to make the site look better, replacing existing jQuery with vanilla JavaScript, and experimenting with other static site generators since currently we are using Jekyll. It was fun sharing my project with you all, and I would be happy if you would try out the project by creating profiles and adding blogs and sharing them on social media. Thank you for giving me this chance and hope to meet you all in future events. Peace.
You have a database of contributors.
So hello everyone, I'm Aman Kumar, Google Summer of Code student for Genome. I'm currently a third year computer science student in India and my project is reworking sync options for health application. My mentor for the project is Rasmus Thompson, who has been really helpful and supportive during this period. So let's start with the introduction to the project. Health is a genome world application built to track your health and fitness goals. So currently we can track activities such as walking, running, and different kind of sports, and we can also keep a track of our weight progressions. We can also visualize our data such as calories and steps in this application. We can sync our progress with Google Fit, and finally the project is maintained by my mentor Rasmus Thompson. So now let's take a look at the challenges with the health synchronization feature. Currently, the user and sync data of the application is saved in the G settings file of the application. And since there can be just one G settings file per application, it would be tough to manage multiple users and sync providers in single G settings file. Further, the way synchronization works for an activity is first we pull the steps out from a Google Fit and convert it into a walking activity. While this approach works, it has a flaw that we cannot sync other activities from the sync providers, like running and sports. When we can actually have a model for those, when we actually have a model for those activities in our app. Next, we cannot sync back our data from application to Google Fit, and there's just one sync provider available in our application at the moment, that is Google Fit. So these challenges needs to be addressed, for which I'm working on the following project. So the first part of my project aimed at porting user and sync data to the tracker database from G settings. So it helped in the multi-user support and helps in the support for multiple sync providers for a particular health category. Also, I've worked on handling the database migration by adding a version to improve the performance of the application. Currently, I'm working on pulling out actual activities from the Google Fit so that we can support and visualize the actual data as it is meant to be, and two-way synchronization support from the Google Fit. Further down the line, I'll also work on the support for two additional sync providers, Apple Health Kit and Nextcloud Health, on top of Google Fit. And each sync providers can be used to sync each health category for an additional flexibility. I'll also build a user interface to handle these multiple sync providers. So that's all for my GSOC project. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Adyan and I will be presenting my presentation on PTV GTK4 port for this GNOME/GNOME GUADEC 2022 conference. My mentors for this project are Alex Bellut, called Aleb on Matrix, and Nitin Mann, and they are the best I could have hoped for. But I will also like to mention that this port won't be possible without GNOME Hackers channel on Matrix and the documentation and also my unofficial mentors. The objective of the project is to port PTV to use GTK4 instead of the GTK3 plus libraries. The merge request link is as follows if you want to follow with that, and the blog will do the same. So, about me. To start with, I am Adin Kaushik and I am from India, if you didn't get that from my accent or my name. I am a sophomore at Kite Group of Institutions in India with a major in BTech in Computer Science. And I am currently hacking on PTV. The project this year, I applied for GSOC for the first time and got selected. The project which I chose is PTV, port to GTK4, in which my purpose is to convert it from a request into a reality. Now, why this project? It is not only a much requested and awaited change, but we believe that this will also make the editor more performant, will make it blend better with the GNOME desktop environment, will give us new features to play around with, and last but not least, will make it modern and fresher. The current progress. To start with, I won't bore you with the changes in detail because we also don't have the time for that. We have so far ported the UI files which are written in XML to GTK4, and we have also implemented changes in the Python code which were backported to GTK3 Plus for smoother onboarding to GTK4. And now we are in the breaking phase. This is where we will enjoy all the beautiful compilers until we have none. By the way, thanks developers for making them pretty and colorful. It's like watching a rainbow. Now, we are currently not as ahead in the progress as I anticipated we would be around this time, but there are a lot of factors which you can't anticipate, and I am happy with the steady progress we are making. The future plans after GSOC. After GSOC, I plan to keep on contributing to the projects because it is something I really believe in. GSOC gave me the opportunity to have such great mentors and the ability to work on this project. I will continue solving bugs, implementing features, and who knows, maybe I will be the lucky one to port the application to GTK5 once it gets around. Which reminds me that I have recently heard that Gnome is now working on GTK5, which scared me considering we just started work on GTK4. But turns out it will take time to develop. Please developers make it at least 2 to 3 years. I would also like to thank everyone who mailed me, tweeted about the project, or wrote about it. Whenever I read such posts, it gives me immense energy and the feeling that what I am doing is helping others in some way or another. I promise I won't let you down. To connect with me, this is my LinkedIn link. Now, I know it's by Microsoft and stuff. Still, this is my website and my email address. I bought this domain just 2 days before making the blog. This is my Matrix ID. It was meant to be anonymous. That's why it's called Lucifer. But yeah, I'm lazy. And the GNOME GitLab is RN20, and it's in the same on GitHub. So thank you, everyone. Have a nice time.
Hi, I'm Marco Melorio. I'm a computer science student from Italy, and this summer I'm working on Fractal for the Google Summer of Code program with the help of my mentor Julian Sparper. My project is about implementing a media history viewer, which is something you can find on other similar instant messaging apps like Telegram and Element. In the screen, you can look at how Telegram Desktop does this, which is basically a scrollable grid of messages that are either images, videos, audio, or generic files. Now, let's see the key components needed to implement this kind of widget in Fractal. First, we need a GTK grid view, which is a widget that can display a large number of items in a grid in an efficient way, using recycling. Then we need a list model which holds the media messages, which we called media timeline. This list model is needed by the grid view, so that it can generate widgets from it. This list also has the capability of loading more messages as needed, for example while scrolling. Lastly, we have the actual media widgets, which are the widgets generated by the GTK grid view. As you can see, there are several types of this widget, each one of them representing a different message type. This is a demo of the current state of the project. What you're seeing is the media history viewer of the GTK room of the GNOME matrix. You can see that the grid is being automatically generated by only showing media messages, and that it has different widgets based on the media type. In this case, we have just images and videos. Then you can also see how there are animations for hovering and clicking the widgets. The next milestones of the project are about adding click interactions to the media widget. So for example, to open images and videos in the media viewer, or to start downloading and showing the progress in case of a file. The next plan is to add a way to filter the grid by media type. And the last one is to add open and closing animations and gestures in the media viewer, so that the navigation is a bit smoother. Thank you for listening.
Hey everyone, this is Utkarsh Gandhi, a second year undergraduate engineering student from Mumbai, India. I'm the software intern at the GNOME Foundation. The mentor of my project is Antonio Fernandez, who has been a really great mentor to me, and it's been really fun working with him. Nice to meet you all, and I hope you're having a great time in Mexico. The title of my project is Revamp New Document Submenu in GNOME Files, which is Nautilus. The goal of this project is to design and implement a UI for the new document creation feature, which has long-standing discoverability and usability issues along with old and new bugs. So basically, we'll be creating a new GTK widget for this feature. The technologies that we'll be using are C, GObject, and GTK4. And this is the icon of the app I'll be working on, which is Nautilus. New document submenu. What's that? The new document submenu is a creation feature used to create templates for new documents. These templates are stored in the aptly named templates folder in the home directory of the Nautilus app. You can create and store multiple templates of different types of files, such as a text document, a Python file, or a spreadsheet. Many users have a fixed template that they use for text documents, a spreadsheet, or even coding files. So, to make it easier, these templates are stored in the template folder, and a new one can be created with the help of this feature. Problems with the current implementation. GTK pop-up menu is used for the new document submenu. It has many problems. Navigation is a pain as the whole tree of templates is not visible in a single view. As you can see in the image, there are two different parts, like we have to move from one menu to the other. The file icons are not visible, making it difficult to recognize what type of file it is. There is no ability to search for templates, and also setting a file name is not part of the process. Like if I create a new file, it will basically take on the name of the template itself. This is the demo of the current implementation. We went into the new documents creation feature and now we are going into a directory called coding. It has a few files and a Python directory which contains a Python file. So as you can see, there are no file icons and it is not visible in a single view. This makes navigation difficult and recognizing files difficult. The solutions to the problems is to create a new custom GTK widget. Using GTK Listbox along with GTK Expander and GTK Box makes the whole tree of templates visible in a single view, as you can see in the image. Icons are also added using GTK image, and voila, we have a new and beautiful new document submenu. So this looks way better, and the whole list of templates is visible in a single view. The ability to search and naming a file are future features of this project. This is a demo with the solutions implemented. We went into the new document creation feature and we can open the coding directory using the expander and see its files, and we can open the Python directory and see its files. So as you can see, the icons are looking really beautiful and everything is visible in a single view. Thank you for listening. I'm delighted to be a part of this wonderful community and I hope to see you all soon.
Hi all, my name is Tejas Kiran PS, a sophomore in computer science engineering from India. I'm doing GSOC as a part-time apart from my regular classes, and this year I will be working on PTV. My mentors are Fabian Orcon and Alexandru. So PTV is a simple video editor built upon the GStreamer editing services. And my work here is to improve the timeline section. So towards the major goals are to produce more audio waves and then to bring back the auto aligner, which has a feature which got lost sometime before. And then rest of the time enhance the timeline component by fixing various bugs to improve the user experience. So since I'm a beginner to GTK and GES, I started with some of the minor issues listed below and then moved on to improving the audio previewer. So some user had reported an issue that when zooming in, they weren't able to identify the distinct beats in an audio, and it was difficult to work with that. So we started collecting more data from the samples, and now PTV produces 5 times more detailed audio preview. So these are the before and after the changes. And the future plans are to fix more bugs related to timeline and then bring back the auto aligner. So auto aligner is a feature which allowed us to one-click alignment of different clips recording the same audio source. So that's all for now. Thank you.
when it came to Denver, which is an hour away from where I live, Denver, Colorado. But as it says on our website, LOS is a it welcomes application developers, designers, product managers, user experience specialists, really anybody interested in the state of application design and development. And then pointer, yeah. So you can linuxappsummit.org is where you can find. It is joint hosted between GNOME and KDE to make the Linux App Summit, and I think that's great to really bring these two kind of historically rival communities together to learn from each other and work together to build something really cool. Next. There we go. Yeah, so in Italy, this was our group photo. It was a lot of fun. It was nice to be back in person. We had a couple of years where we were remote. But yeah, so it's relatively small group, you know, kind of 100 to 200 people in total, including on remote participation. Next. There we go. So if you are interested, and you might ask, well, how can I host and bring this to my city? So here are some things to keep in mind. Basically, you put together some sort of document, whether it's just a long email or LibreOffice document that kind of addresses all the things that we would need to know for a venue. So how accessible is the space? And kind of the types of space that we need is one big room for the keynotes. We need a place for booths like we have here. It has to be pretty good internet. Some breakout rooms and hacking spaces. childcare, ideally. Some people bring their kids. Gender neutral bathrooms is really good. There has to be food nearby. Hungry developers are not happy developers. And for a full list, you can go to the linuxappsummit.org/CFL, call for locations. So what's the responsibilities of the local team? So to kind of help us set up to identify the venue, so go to a couple of places, take some pictures, bring it back to the meeting and say, hey, what sounds good? Help us identify like any sort of travel accommodation issues, catering, any food, communicating with local like videographers, photographers, identifying what some good social activities would be, like walking tours to get to know the area a bit. And then if there's any sort of local support, so like when we had it in Denver, System 76 was there, so we were able to draw on that support. And then any extra sponsorship is a bonus. Now, you don't have to go out and find all of the sponsorship yourself. It is a joint KDE and GNOME funded venture, but if there's local support, like a local tech park or something that would want to get involved, that is welcome. And local people are the best to know about that. So it's pretty easy. You just kind of write up a bid. And I kind of summarized it, but all of the details are on linuxappsummit.org/CFL. Write the proposal and then email it to us. And then wait patiently for a response. So I hope that you all are excited to come and maybe expand your networking to some KDE folks and are interested in hosting this in your area. And if you are, please submit a bid, because I would love to see you all wherever that location is next year. And you can email me at hellsworth@gnome.org or my canonical email. You can also ask me any questions. We would be happy to help facilitate any bids out there. So I hope to see you all at Linux App Summit, and if you want to host, that's awesome too. So thanks.
So our next presenter is Emanuele Bassi.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. So, thank you for being here at the Lightning Talks. It's great. And even if I'm not there at GUADEC as I usually am, I hope I'll be able to entertain you a little bit. So today I'm going to talk to you very quickly about a project that I've been working on for the past about 4 months now, 3 months. I completely lost track of time. So this project is called Amberall. It all started off because I wanted how to writing GTK applications. Kind of knew Rust before starting this project a little bit. I kind of knew GTK a little bit, and I kind of knew the GNOME software development platform a little bit. And I was not doing anything else with my time outside of working on the GNOME developer documentation. So I wanted to make something out of that. So turns out that Rust and GUI development are kind of a hot topic because developing GUI applications with Rust is kind of a new thing. But it turns out that it's kind of good. Rust works really, really well with GUI, especially when using really good toolkit like GTK and really good language bindings like the GTK Rust bindings. It's not necessary to use Electron. You can use the GNOME platform. It's really great. And you don't have to wait until somebody writes an entire GUI toolkit using Rust. And why would you want to do that anyway? Rust and GTK are good for different reasons. What Rust is good for is that it provides you with a lot of code, like tons and tons of it. But also you get type safety, which is kind of important when you're writing a GUI application based on an object on its own type system. Rust has very good coding practices. It has a single coding style. It has really good documentation for that. It has great tools like static analysis and code helpers. Like Clippy is a thing. Everybody should use it. And then it has like lots and lots of examples and documentation. It's really easy to get started with it. And GNOME has a ton of stuff that it provides. It provides Meson, which is an entire build system. It's not made up by GNOME, but GNOME uses it extensively. So it's well integrated with the GNOME platform. Flatpak is a great way to distribute applications, and you can do that for Rust GUI application as well. GNOME Builder, time saver. You start off with a literal template generated by Builder itself, and you start from that and you build on top. GNOME has a ton of examples and documentation. I wrote a bunch of that myself, so I know that it exists. Even if it might be able to, it might be hard to find sometimes because, well, like search engines are lame. But also another thing that GNOME provides is a lot of examples in terms of other Rust and GTK applications that you can follow and you can copy and you can reuse because the licensing terms are perfectly suited for that. So Amberol, it's very simple. It plays songs and it looks good while doing that. It's really, really easy to create a good-looking application with libadwaita and GTK4, and it's really great to have something that that does something really simple and really good, like out of the box. It took me like 3 weeks to get the entire engine done and ready to go, and the last like 2 months have been me working around issues in terms of UI design and not actual coding issues. Sometimes I just write code and it works on the first try. And people should know that because I do this most of the time on stream. Also, it allows you to get from a very simple system that will typically work towards a complex system by iterating and being sure that what you do and the code you generate is going to be correct and well behaved out of the box. Most of the time, if it compiles, it's good to go. So simple is good. It's a good learning opportunity and allows you to build incrementally on top of the existing code base and design iteratively, which is what basically has been my life for the past 3 months working on this project. I have a bunch of places there. The first link is the Git repository, the webpage that Amberol is hosted on. I do most of the work on Amberol on Twitch, so people can actually meet me the pilots just telling me. That's it.
Thank you, Emanuela. Our next presenter is Matthias.
Yeah, hello. I wanted to tell a really quick success story about a bug. Does this work? All right. Yeah, I wanted to tell a quick success story about GTK column view, which is our supposedly awesome new tree view replacement. It does everything right. It uses list models and it recycles widgets. So it's supposed to be very scalable and performant. And Ivan tried it out and found that in practice, actually, it doesn't work that well. It has scalability issues, and he made a little table application here and found that it was actually pretty slow in scrolling. And when he wrote the same UI in Qt, it worked much better. So he filed an issue about this about a year ago and told us that what we promised we didn't actually deliver. And yeah, he filed that issue, and there's many issues that get filed and get a quick look, and then we ignore them. We can't immediately figure out what's wrong. But Igor did a little more. He actually did some profiling and gave us some nice looking graphs and told us, yeah, there's something wrong. And that was enough for us to take a somewhat deeper look. And Alex chimed in and took a look at what's going on there. And we had some initial guesses at what might be wrong, but we didn't find an immediate fix. So for now, we let the issue sit for a while. But Ivan was persistent. He came back a few months later and gave us some more profiling data here that showed in a little more detail where the time is spent. And that was enough for us to take another look. And he did even more. He took a look at our code and had some ideas for what might be wrong. And then he got Benjamin interested in this, and together they worked out a fix that actually made things a lot better. And then I got involved and tried to make the glib side of this a little faster. And Benjamin wrote a new widget that we can use to replace the cells in the table to reduce the overhead. And I talked a bit art, and he had a look at where the time is spent in HalfBus. So there was actually a lot of cross-project optimization work triggered by this single issue, just because Ivan was persistent enough and gave us some nice graphs that made it a bit like a game to actually fix this and find where the performance gets lost. And yeah, this is where Benjamin found a nice trick to reduce the overhead for all the rows that are not actually on screen. And eventually, Ivan kept profiling our branches, and we actually made some pretty nice progress here. The initial numbers were 20 frames per second with GTK label. And in the end, when we replaced GTK label with the new GTK inscription widgets, we got 70 frames per second. But we were not quite satisfied yet, so we asked Ivan to actually go back to his original test case and fill it out fully, so he did. And now we can scroll this enormous table much more smoothly, and I hope you'll all enjoy a faster column view in GTK 4.8. If you want to follow along, that's the issue. It's closed now.
Thank you, Matthias. Our next presenter is Yulita. Yulita, looks like you have joined only with audio. Could you please log in again with the microphone option? We can't. Can you re-log in again?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Genome, for having me tonight. Well, it's tonight here in this part of the world. So, how can I share my screen? It's just
at the bottom of the screen, you can see a button that says
share screen has started. It is already started?
Yes, it has already started.
Thank you so much again. Hola, me. People in Mexico. I have spent more than 10 years of my life promoting Genome. I started in 2011 as part of the OPW Genome Outreach, thanks to Marina. And this is something like I'm this is a cheese application, and you can see in the bottom my name at that time. I was trying to choose every year most outstanding event or something I have done because I was involved as well in understanding all the technology behind Genome 3. And I mostly was renowned or well known because of the events I have done in Peru, basically. This is the Genome Peru Fest in 2012. The next year, I also did another Genome Peru Fest. Every time we had a new release of Genome, I was trying to do twice a year. And this was done in IBM in 2014. In 2015, it was done in Petro Peru. So I try to do everywhere I am working. I try to spread the genome word. This was the hack camp in Peru. So I gather the best students, like developers of universities, many universities in Lima. We went to Chosica at the time. There's another crazy idea that Genome also support was the Linux Playa, which means the beach. Going to the beach, we were hacking there. Well, I did like a filter, like a competition in my local community at the time, I remember. So we can enjoy a weekend there. And for 2018, I created a program towards the GSOC so we can involve more students, like more seriously. And we can be winners also in the part of the GSOC program. I moved to the UK in 2019. I did a master in high performance computing at the University of Edinburgh, and so at that year I involved my colleagues or my students. Well, they were not my students. I was studying with them, so we did the party as well of Genome. And you remember the lockdown in 2020, so I did a Genome Peru Fest from UK remotely. And in 2021, I also did the talk for, well, the presentation for the Genome Latam event. And this year I was able to travel to Albania. So I really appreciate all my years in Genome started with Marina. I'm quite sensitive with Marina. She's gone, but she helped many people in the world, or many women. So thanks to her, I am here in the UK. I'm building a good career future. I am involved in high performance computing in a nuclear fusion company. So thanks for all what I learned. Is started. I think I owe this to Genome. I was featured in 2016, and still I am in the website of the Facebook page in the cover. So I remember this photo was taken in Sweden. Thank you so much. I wish I could be there with you, but I'm still in the UK. So thank you, Christy, for business. Ciao.
snapshot of some of the communities I've worked with, 120 communities across roughly 69 countries. So I'll start first with a short story. So back in January 2020 in Sri Lanka, the first suspected case of COVID was registered on January 27th, 2020. Immediately, local developers got to work building a COVID-19 tracker for DHIS2, which is an open source health information management system, and also a digital public good being used by Sri Lanka. Globally, DHIS2 is used in 73 countries, which account for about 30% of the world's population. Their tracker focused on the registration and tracking of travelers that were arriving from regions that were high risk of COVID. It was created within 2 days of that first registered COVID case, and it was deployed in Sri Lanka's airports just days later. But the speed and efficiency of which Sri Lanka was able to respond to this crisis was not the most impressive part of the story. The most impressive part is how quickly this innovation was able to be picked up and adapted by other countries. After developing the tracker, Sri Lanka shared their user guides with the global DHIS2 COVID-19 response team as openly licensed training materials. Because DHIS2 is open and in use in 73 countries worldwide, their user guides were communicated quickly across the global community. The tracker was now operational in 38 countries and being adopted for use in 14 more. So what made this possible? All things that we're pretty familiar with across the GNOME and wider open source communities, but things like open licenses, communities, these were things that helped bring people together to address a critical global need. So this is where I'm going to introduce something that we call digital public goods as part of the DPG Alliance. Digital public goods are open source technologies or content, which includes software, data, standards, or AI models that have been built to adhere to relevant best practices, do no harm, and advance the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So these are goods that we believe need to be identified, recognized, and supported because of their capacity to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So a snapshot of 2020, the UN Secretary General released a roadmap for digital cooperation where this definition of digital public goods was first defined. So this idea wasn't new, but there's been a growing focus on the idea of DPGs, largely driven by our recognition that the process of digital transformation needs effective, adoptable, and open source tools. In 2019, the high-level panel on digital cooperation recognized the potential of digital public goods to reduce fragmentation and duplication, saying that everyone, all actors, including member states in the United Nations system, the private sector, and stakeholders should promote open source, especially those that adhere to privacy and other applicable international and domestic laws. So at the heart of what digital public goods are, there are 3 components that they advance the Sustainable Development Goals, which, if you aren't familiar with them, there are 17 different goals across a wide range of areas that the United Nations has developed as high areas of priority and focus by the year 2030. Also, that they are open source and that these DPGs do no harm. So one of the core functions of the DPG Alliance, the group behind digital public goods, is to steward and maintain this DPG standard, which is a set of 9 indicators that create a baseline of requirements that must be met in order to be recognized as a digital public good. So solutions have to enable that kind of open innovation that I talked about with that story with Sri Lanka, and that means using open licenses, but also having things like good documentation, data that is accessible, and having a commitment to best practices and standards, as well as following privacy, security, and other components of doing no harm. So how does one become a digital public good? It's a 3-part process that starts with a nomination. So projects are generally nominated by product owners and someone with a good familiarity of the design and how the solution is developed. After the nomination phase, there's a technical review, and the nomination is reviewed against that DPG standard in the previous slide, which has those 9 indicators that break down into a number of questions that understand the openness, interoperability, and adaptability of the tool. And finally, if you pass the technical review process, you meet the standard, congratulations, you're recognized as a DPG on the Digital Public Good Registry, which is a tool for understanding what solutions and open source tech out there is DPGs. Do a little bit of hand juggling here. So on the registry today, there are 116 digital public goods, some of which might be familiar to some of you already, like Fedora Linux is on this registry, as well as over 219 open solutions that are also discoverable as nominees. And you can see the breakdown across all the 17 different UN development goals here. So now I'm going to come back to that piece around who's behind this effort. So the goal of an equitable world is a core value of the Digital Public Goods Alliance and the work that they do to identify and promote digital public goods. So I'm going to share a little bit more about who they are and what they do. So there's a multi-stakeholder initiative that was launched in 2019, including groups like UNICEF, the government of Norway, Sierra Leone, and an Indian think tank called iSpirit. Today, that membership has grown also to include a few other UN agencies, the German government, GitHub, and a couple of other folks as well. So today, the DPG Alliance includes this growing list of organizations that are committed to advancing a shared vision, transparently monitoring and sharing their activities, and working collaboratively to promote digital public goods. So why does the DPG Alliance exist? What's the purpose of this group? Is to maintain access to high quality, openly licensed, adaptable, and deployable digital public goods, to transform the complex systems, structures, and practices in which the DPGs are embedded, and to help mobilize the ecosystem to sustainably fund and support digital public goods. So what's the advantage to getting your project certified as a DPG? The first one, you can look at it from the point of view of discoverability. So the DPG registry is a tool that's shared across all those different stakeholders I mentioned previously, but also with governments and public sector actors as well, to help discover open source tools that just work or are ready to go and can be used for other use cases. There's also gives you that broad recognition that the project is not just open source, but you're also following best practices and standards. Additionally, there's also support for more usability. So there's communities of practice that actually assess the nominated DPGs and align them against a general minimum criteria, share feedback of people who are actually using the tech, and input to enhance the usability. There's also opportunities for technical and financial support. And finally, there's also advantages of deployment capacity. There are, remember the term, it's pathfinding countries that are involved with the Digital Public Goods Alliance, where their governments have agreed to try out some of these new tools and work kind of ahead of the curve with deploying some of these tools through their national systems. So what's this process look like? You just have to go and fill out a form to make that first step in this process. I wanted to bring this topic here because for many of us, we're already doing a lot of these things that are covered in the DPG standard. Projects like Fedora Linux and GNOME that have and there's even the Colibri folks who are here who have also gone through that process as well and are recognized. There's so many great efforts and initiatives that are coming from this community that could benefit from that wider recognition and support that would come from that certification process. So if you want to check out the full details, you can go find it here at digitalpublicgoods.net, and you can find more details about that nomination process there as well. Thanks, and if you have any questions about this or other things, you can find me around GUADEC. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Justin. So we're a little ahead of schedule. Let's take a quick 4-minute break and then come back here for the conference closing.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you very much for coming back. It's now my wonderful duty to help close up this bit of GUADEC. So thank you everyone for joining us, either here in person or online. And the talk days are now done. Couple of bits of stats for you. We had 291 registrations in total for GUADEC, and remotely we had people registered from 42 different countries. So it's fantastic to see people joining in from all over the world. In particular, I was really pleased to see a group of students who are studying informatics at the University of Mexico City as well, coming along and getting involved for the first time. Could I have a kind of show of hands of how many people this is their first GUADEC? Excellent. So we're looking at probably about 25% of people. So welcome to all of you, and thanks very much for coming. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. A couple of quick notes. Next couple of days, Saturday and Sunday, are workshop days. The schedule for those is online. And today we have surprisingly, our 25th anniversary party for GNOME. That's going to be at 7:30 p.m. at Casa Bariache. The website has the address. So everyone, please come along to that and we'll celebrate 25 fantastic years of GNOME. On Monday as well, we've got a couple of planned tours. There's a day trip to Tequila and a Guadalajara walking tour. And again, you'll get more details about departure, and details about that will come by email. Of course, this conference wouldn't be possible without our GUADEC 2022 sponsors. In particular, I would like to thank our gold sponsors, Google, Red Hat, and Ubuntu. Again, thank you to some other people as well, the Guadalajara Conservatory for hosting us, the local team and our volunteers. I'm sure we can all agree this is a fantastic venue and has been very welcoming. In particular, thanks to the local team, Emundo Ramirez, Manuel Haro, Azim Pedro Galvan, Zim Hunter and Jesus Flores. And from our staff team, Caroline, Melissa, Anita, Rosanna, and of course, Christy. Couple more things if you really can't wait for our next events. We have coming up GNOME Asia, and that's going to be held in Malaysia at the end of the year, which is looking like super exciting. Finally, our next GUADEC. I can let everyone know that GUADEC 2023, we're going to be hosting in Latvia. So that's going to be fantastic, and hopefully be able to see everyone there. I think I'll probably leave it there, and hopefully see everyone at the 25th anniversary party tonight. Thanks very much, everyone. I hope you've had a fantastic time.